We don't really comment on those things in season. They happen every year a lot of times, and all they are is a product of players performing well and assistant coaches. We're extremely happy here. We've got something really special going. We have great support here, the administration and the chancellor. We're just trying to get better and get ready to play the best program in the last 10 years of college football coming in here.
Yeah, and I really believe he does have that support right now. And I think Ole Miss fans and boosters think he is perfect for that job. And look, Auburn fans might want him right now, but if things go south, we know how it goes.
He is, I would say, I think we did this a couple of weeks ago, SEC fan bases that are 100% happy with their coach. I would imagine Kiffin's in that group. I think we put him in that group at 100%.
100%.
I mean, I think we even did that, it was before they lost at LSU, but still, I think they're 100% happy, and he's got a good shot at being 10-2 back-to-back years, which is rare air for Ole Miss.
Well, I'm hoping for the sake of our show that it's either Lane, Dion, or Hugh Freeze, because I think Hugh Freeze would do a good job, but I want one of the three. Lane and Dion just because of the personalities. Yeah. Hugh Freeze because he can coach.
Lane and Dion just from the content on a daily basis.
Yeah, Jeff Grimes does nothing for me. Nice guy. Might do a great job. Might be the next Sam Pittman. Who knows?
He was also asked about primetime, by the way, about him taking an Auburn job or a job that size. He says, I think he'd do great. I think that's a great name. They should hire him. Now, he wasn't necessarily saying that about Auburn. I think the way the question was asked about Auburn or a big job like that. So he's not necessarily saying Auburn should hire him, I don't think.
Yeah.
Great recruiter, great name. He went on to talk about how good he's been in the portal. And then Lane said very honestly at the end of his answer, picture our team without the portal. Take those guys out there and look what it looks like. Very honest about his team.
Yeah. That's a very honest answer. Also, Carnell Williams today, the interim coach at Auburn, had his first SEC teleconference, a moment that can be a little overwhelming if you've, I don't know if you ever dreamed of being the Auburn coach. He's played in the NFL. He was a star in college, but now he's sitting down answering questions as the head coach. And what do you have to say today?
He had to pause several times. I'm not going to give you every single quote, but he had to pause several times to collect his emotions.
Oh, because he was just overwhelmed being the Auburn coach.
Yeah, during the SEC teleconference. He said he met around noon Monday. This is as transcribed by Tom Green of AL.com. Met around noon Monday with interim AD Rich McGlynn, who told him he was the interim the rest of the season. He said emotions were everywhere. He said the coaching staff found out about 11:30 Monday. Everything hit the fan from there, he said, which, by the way, goes kind of hand in hand with what Hoke was talking about yesterday on the timeline where he was going to meet Harsin. It looked like Harsin got blindsided a little bit by the timing. Does he want to be considered for the full-time job at Auburn? Cadillac was asked. All I'm trying to do is win a football game this week and do my best. I'm taking it one day at a time, 1 minute at a time. I'm not even focused on all the what-ifs. Probably a good answer on his part. Don't campaign until you've put something out there to campaign with, right? On his message to recruits, only at Auburn do dreams come true. He says coming to Auburn changed the whole trajectory of his family. He met his wife at Auburn. He went to the NFL. He returned as assistant. Now he's the interim coach. Hang on 1 second.
It was a good answer.
That's a good answer. I don't disagree.
Yeah. I don't know if only at Auburn dreams come true. It happens at Disney on a daily basis.
Every Super Bowl.
You have to pay for it.
Yeah, it happens in Eugene for Bo Nix, right?
It's true. It's been an emotional 48 hours for him, he says. Quote, for me to have an opportunity to give back to Auburn in this position as the leader, at times it's heavy, but Lord knows I'm excited. I'm grateful. I'm honored. On being the first black coach in Auburn history, he says it gives him goosebumps just hearing that. Not something he ever even considered, but he's grateful to have that honor.
Well, I know my close friends who are Auburn fans that I was on the golf course with yesterday. Again, I told you earlier, they've changed plans. They're wanting to go support Carnell on the road this weekend. Last 2 home games at Jordan-Hare Stadium as well. So don't expect there to be a half-empty stadium at Jordan-Hare Stadium when Texas A&M comes to town. It seems like Auburn fans will rally around Cadillac and show how much they appreciate him leading the team down the stretch here, Carnell Williams. That's from the SEC Teleconference today, and that's our show today. Thanks for being with us. Thanks again for buying all the golf cards so quickly. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thanks to our 5 partner courses. Go play some golf this off-season, next spring and summer with the Next Round golf card. And check out the new products we have in the store, nextround.store, nextround.store. More on those hats tomorrow as well. 9 a.m. Central Time. We'll talk to you. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a Thursday. We get back to the NFL tonight. A really good college football game, as Brown pointed out earlier this week, tonight as well. We had a no-hitter in the World Series, sort of, in Brown's world.
No.
Plus a lot more that we'll get to. You can jump in the conversation if you're watching on any of our video platforms. Jump in the Vulcan Tire chat over there, and we'll get your information passed along to all of our viewers and listeners through the Vulcan Tire chat. We appreciate you guys being with us. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, that's Ryan Brown. Rockstar in Lunsford here. Forrester with a day off. He's back tomorrow. And Taylor Korn is manning our social media command center at Next Round Live on all of our social media platforms. Make sure you're subscribed at all of those and give us the thumbs up on YouTube. Let's start, though, with what we were talking about yesterday, and that's part of the Auburn search. And we'll get into college football this weekend a little bit. Yes, Carnell Williams was very emotional yesterday. He has been emotional with his team as they get ready to go play Mississippi State this weekend. But the Lane Kiffin side of this is what has a lot of Auburn fans most interested, at least the ones I've been talking to. And it is the name that has created the most buzz so far for the future of Auburn football. I want you to listen to how Lane responded to these two things on the teleconference yesterday, and then let's talk about Lane Kiffin as a candidate at Auburn for a second and what Lane could bring to any program down the stretch and what we think Lane can be. Let's go first, Rockstar, cut number 8. SEC teleconference yesterday, Lane getting asked about the Auburn job.
I'm sure you've seen your name listed as a potential candidate for the Auburn job. If Auburn were to be interested in you, would you have interest in them?
Yeah, we don't really comment on those things, and they happen every year a lot of times, and all they are is a product of players performing well and assistant coaches. So we're extremely happy here. Got something really special going. Have great support here from administration and the chancellor. Just trying to get better to get ready to play the best program in the last 10 years of college football coming in here.
Yeah, despite the audio that sounds like they're doing this from the space station.
Hey, looking clear. You're down. You're down.
That is the prepared. That's the prepared statement that Lane and his agent has gone over to say anytime you get asked. I mean, that will be Lane Kiffin's answer to any school he's asked about any time, right? That's a canned answer.
It is a canned answer, but I truly believe that Lane Kiffin is going to play Auburn.
There is that possibility because Jimmy Sexton's his agent.
Yeah. Okay, let's put that pin in that. Let's listen to one more here because Deion Sanders is another name that is in the Auburn search as well. And Lane has a conversation about Deion Sanders as a Power 5 coach one day. Remember, Deion in the same state Lane's in over at Jackson State right now. Here's Lane Kiffin.
In addition to your name, Deion Sanders has come up quite a lot for these Power 5 jobs, being right down the road. What have you seen from him as a coach, and how do you think he would fare at one of these bigger jobs?
I think he'd do great. I think that's a great name, and they should hire him. Great recruiter, great name. This is a different world we're in now, because recruiting has always been important, but now you have the portal, so you have kids that you can change a roster faster than you ever could before. And you can lose a roster faster than you ever could before. So the ability to hire like Deion and have that name right away and portal people wanting to come play for him right away, you can flip a roster where before, realistically, it would take 2 to 3 years to truly turn a roster around. You can do it immediately.
That is not a canned answer. That is Lane Kiffin being 100% honest and, telling somebody they should hire Deion Sanders because they can flip a roster around instantly. Both of those guys being mentioned for the Auburn job. Now get back to your point that you were talking about. Okay, real quick,
that's a little strange, though, because if he believes Deion's going to be a really good coach and a great recruiter, That takes away from what they're doing.
Yeah,
and that's right.
I would not want Auburn to hire him, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But
he was talking about any Power 5 job, which is why it was important. We played that as opposed to reading it yesterday. We were wondering, was he asked specifically about Deion in Auburn or Deion in Power 5? We thought it was Deion in any Power 5 job. Hearing the phrasing of the question, that answer, they should hire him, makes it sound like he was talking about Auburn, but really he means any Power 5
that's
school.
the way I heard it.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I think so. And I think Deion's going to be up for some of those jobs. His name's going to be mentioned a lot. I think Deion actually is in a really good spot where you got some openings. I don't know how serious Auburn would be. I don't know that he would want Nebraska. I think Arizona State would be really, really interesting with Deion Sanders.
And Georgia Tech.
So, I mean, I think he's got an opportunity to be a little selective here. I don't think he's going to have any fall off at all at Jackson State, so his name's still going to be up there if he wants to wait for another cycle.
Yeah,
That's
look,
right.
I wish Auburn, they went outside the box with Horson. It didn't work out. I wish they would go outside the box and hire Deion Sanders. Again, I think Hugh Freeze is the slam dunk. I saw somebody in the chat room saying it's my new Bobby Petrino. Bobby Petrino can still coach.
He really can. He really can.
Yeah. Hugh Freeze can coach. That's all I'm saying. He's got baggage. Most people do have baggage, though. I mean, you're going to tell me Deion Sanders in the White House doesn't have baggage? I mean, how many prostitutes were rolling through that house?
Yeah, no, for the record, the Dallas Cowboys, although both of them may apply here. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how John Cohen or the school president, Dr. Roberts, feels about Hugh Freeze. I mean, John Cohen's kind of a wild card here because I haven't really followed him. I don't know how he feels about Hugh Freeze.
Yeah, from what I hear, it wouldn't be a problem with Cohen.
Okay. I mean,
and I talked to a former player yesterday, and he said they're going to throw the bank in Lane Kiffin. And I told him, I said, look, that's great. I think you should, because if you can get Lane Kiffin, it's a great hire.
Yeah, but Ole Miss can throw a bank right back.
Right.
I mean, can you outbid Ole Miss? Probably. Are you willing to outbid Ole Miss? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where Auburn is on that.
Doesn't this come down to what Lane wants long term, right? Like, what is Lane Kiffin? What were we always told back in the day? I don't think you make 5-year plans, but a lot of people do. I never have. I never make a 1-week plan, but
Okay.
a 5-week plan. I probably am the only guy who has the old school calendar that gives you the weekly calendar, but I don't make long-term plans.
That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to derail you here, but Rockstar, I think, has noticed this as well. Jim does have the daily planner,
Yes.
right? The calendar. What's written on there every day?
Every week he writes in TNR show,
Right.
9 to 1. TNR show, 9 to 1. TNR show, 9 to 1.
Right, and but you also have events sneak up on you.
They do.
Like the Jack's Biscuit cook-off, and I'm like,
Well, I even knew.
You know we got an event tonight, right?
I do.
is it on that calendar?
It is. I think it is on that calendar.
That's my point. You don't know. Why do you have the calendar if you never look at it?
I've got it on my phone and I've
Right.
got it there. I probably should set alerts on my phone.
There's your downfall.
But I'm getting YouTube alerts from us a day late sometimes, so I can't trust alerts. So I try to double book there. My point is I don't plan to the future very well. I wonder if Lane Kiffin does. Like, where does Lane Kiffin see himself 5 years from now?
Well, the only other thing Lane Kiffin really can do, I mean, he can win an SEC championship, but that goes along with maybe winning a national championship. So if it's about winning championships, probably not going to be able to do it at Ole Miss. But Ole Miss right now, I think we would all agree, is in a much better spot than Auburn.
But how can we say you can't win a championship at Ole Miss? Just when people keep saying that, and I know historically that hasn't happened since Johnny Vaught, but we're about to play a game next week. Next week, we're just 10 days away from playing a game where if Ole Miss wins, they are on their way to Atlanta, basically.
You just tell me, though, the last time a team like Ole Miss won a national championship.
It's been a minute. I mean, Lance is right about that. Generally, history is history for a reason, and we tried to do that exercise. Give me the Ole Miss-like team that's won a national championship recently.
No, I mean there isn't one.
No.
There isn't one.
So
but if you win the SEC, you've got a chance to win the national championship.
But there again, was the last time Ole Miss has won the SEC?
And I guess the team like Ole Miss that has most recently won a national championship, the closest thing you can find to that is Auburn, right?
I mean, Auburn at least had one in 57, like Johnny Vaught did. So, but yeah, Auburn found a great player. Now, I would say historically Auburn has challenged it more than Ole Miss.
In the 80s, Auburn should have won a couple.
But if you just want the hey, a team hasn't won one in a while and won one, it's probably Auburn. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Okay, the only next step is winning a championship. So why would you not stay at Ole Miss, continue to build this? Maybe have a shot once the playoff extends, but once one of these premier jobs opens up, you take one of those jobs.
Well, see, that is the question, right? That is the question. Does Lane Kiffin, because he can do at Auburn, he can do anything at Auburn. They won a national championship in 2010, should have won another one in 2013, should have won 2 within a 4-year plan. They had the lead less than 2 minutes to go to win another one in 2013.
But why do you want to do a lateral move, which it is a lateral move right now? Again, Ole Miss.
It is not. Auburn's slightly better than Ole Miss.
But not right now. That's why I call it a lateral move.
But he just told you can change the roster anywhere.
Except A&M. He should have taken a shot at Jimbo there.
Should
have done that.
A real coach
again,
can change the roster at Texas A&M. They can do it there, too.
I don't know the politics in Oxford. I really have no idea. But Auburn seems to separate itself. Every time we talk to a national expert, college football, they talk about what's going on in Auburn and the machine that runs Auburn. And I don't know why you'd want to deal with that.
I do think that's a real problem. Now, they've been able to convince coaches to come there, but every coach leaves Auburn fired. And at some point, I do think big-time coaches look at that, but most big-time coaches have egos and say, well, that won't be me. I'll be the one that I'm not going to get fired. I'll either go out as a championship coach or I'll cash in on a bigger job because that's the way coaches are wired. But, you cannot get past the fact. And, look, Auburn's not alone in that. I'm just taking a shot at Auburn. By and large, Alabama has been the same way. They've had to fire a lot of guys. Alabama's had to fire a lot of guys. They're not going to fire the one they got right now. He's going to leave on his terms. But by and large, Alabama's had to fire guys too. So Auburn's not alone in this. You do wonder when that catches up with you with a guy like Lane Kiffin. There are a couple.
And I don't think Lane Kiffin wants to, real quick, Brown, I don't think he wants to be viewed as a jumper either. Again, if this was Ole Miss to Alabama, you could understand that. But, 1 year at Tennessee to USC, Tennessee's still upset about that. You could understand Tennessee to USC. But right now where he's got Ole Miss, going to Auburn with all the dysfunction just doesn't make sense.
All right, 2 things, though, I wanted to bring up on this. The first point on Kiffin is, Lance says he thinks Kiffin's going to play Auburn. And Jimmy Sexton's got a history of this. Let's don't pretend Jimmy Sexton doesn't have a history of using A to get leverage on B or B to get leverage on A, however you want to look at it.
More often than not, he
did it to Alabama with Saban.
Only one coach gets hired for these jobs.
That's right. Yeah.
Everyone else is using it to get more money.
That's right.
Right.
Now,
Only one coach gets hired. A lot of people get raises.
But here's the game of chicken if you're Jimmy Sexton. He can let this hang out there for a little while, but you don't want to let it hang out too long because it ends up burning your guy, right? And it is a big game of chicken.
You get this done next week. You know why? Because they're about to lose back-to-back games.
Well, but that's the game of chicken right there, right? Because what Jimmy Sexton knows is if Alabama beats LSU Saturday, which I think they will, you've got what you just talked about, that one game where if he beats Alabama, they're going to Atlanta. That's when you want to strike. But the game of chicken is, what if you lose to Alabama? I don't think the money goes down that much. I think it benefits him to wait a little bit and see how the Alabama game plays out. My point there is you stand to gain by beating Alabama. You don't really stand to lose by losing to Alabama because it's not about how you do against Alabama. It's the fact that Ole Miss thinks you're going to take another job. That's what's driving the price.
I get that.
But the price gets driven higher if you beat Alabama.
But does it look a little bit worse when you lose to Arkansas the week after?
You get it done right after the Bama game.
Yeah, well,
you don't let it hang out there.
Every time you lose, you lose money with every loss.
You get it done right after the Bama game.
We'll put a bow on this in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by Rockstar's guy Adam Mestre as we get rolling today. Rocky, while you still have a voice today, tell us about Adam Mestre.
Well, of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
We're still very early in our poll process, but we asked you, what will be the result of this Lane Kiffin-Auburn discussion? 3 choices. Kiffin is the next Auburn coach. Kiffin gets a raise at Ole Miss, and Auburn will not target Kiffin. This is just all a media, buzz right now, agent-driven buzz, and Auburn will never seriously, target Lane Kiffin. Right now, 80% of you voting, of the first 250 that have jumped on there since the show started, 80% of you, Kiffin gets a raise at Ole Miss. 15% of you think Kiffin is the new Auburn coach, and 5% of you say Auburn will not target Lane Kiffin there. So 80% thinks it plays out like you guys are talking about, that maybe this is just a Jimmy Sexton-driven conversation where he gets a big raise for one of his guys.
I mean, that's what you have to assume when Jimmy Sexton is involved. And let me put a little bow on what I was saying there about every coach leaving Auburn fired. By and large, Harsin being the exception, Auburn has been patient with coaches. I don't think it's fair to say that they pull the trigger quick on guys. While everybody has been fired, Pat Dye coached for quite a while there. He was replaced by Tommy Tuberville. Tommy coached there, almost 10 years?
Replaced by Terry Bowden.
Replaced by Terry Bowden. Thank you, Jim.
From 93 to 98.
To 98, so he got 5 years. I mean, that's pretty long considering.
Yeah. Ironically, one unbeaten season in 93, I think a 10-win season in 94.
I think 9-1-1. They had a tie in there.
Okay, and then a 10-win season in 97.
Yeah, that went to Atlanta.
Bad season in 98.
Yeah, gone.
Fired mid-season.
Yeah, and it turned on him quick. But, I mean, he got 5 years, right? Tommy Tuberville got almost a decade. Gene Chizik, I mean, he got
three top 15 finishes in 2004, 2004 to 2007. And then forced out after a 5-7 season in 2008.
But I think in both cases, Bowden and Tuberville, it's fairly clear it was starting to slip on them a little bit.
Yeah, 1 year after some really good success.
Yeah, but it was clear that it was slipping. I mean, you looked at Tuberville. Saban had just come into the state. It was a changing. They had to do something. Now, did they make a great hire with Chizik? I mean, he won a national championship. Anyway, he got, 4 years, Chizik did? Gus Malzahn had a good run. Gus had some success. But my point is, it's not like they're doing everybody like they did Harsin. That 2 years or a year and a half into it, they get fired.
Oh, it's very different. Yeah.
You get some time there, and by and large, you get a nice buyout. And listen, most college jobs, you're getting fired. I mean, the vast majority of college jobs end with a firing.
99%.
Yeah.
But you would think the leash is really, really long right now in Oxford for Lane Kiffin.
Oh, it is. He's about to really, really cash in.
I would just ask you guys, if you're Lane Kiffin and you were offered the Auburn job, what do you do?
I don't know, but to your point on the leash, there are places like Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Kentucky, South Carolina, where if you win 8 games, you usually get a contract extension. You get a raise.
It didn't work for David Cutcliffe, and I think now Ole Miss, I think they look back in retrospect and they're like, damn, what do we do?
Yeah.
We're not going to make that same mistake.
But see, that doesn't fly at Auburn. You can't.
Oh, you can't go 8-4.
You can't go 8-4 at
Right.
Auburn, right? And that's why when you say it's a lateral move, I don't think it's a lateral move because at Auburn you play to win championships.
Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a lateral move right now because the money's going to be the same, and the program right now, Ole Miss, you cannot deny is in a better spot than Auburn.
You cannot. They're a better team on the field.
I mean, again, they control their own
yes.
destiny to win a national championship, and we're in November.
I'll answer your question. If I'm Lane Kiffin and Jimmy Sexton and Auburn offers me the job today, I see exactly how good a deal I can get out of Ole Miss. That's my first stop. All right? And then I'll make my decision.
Okay. But let me ask you, if I want to be the head coach at Texas A&M.
Yeah, you're walking into my other point I was going to make about Lane. Go ahead.
That's it. Yeah. That's why I asked you, what is Lane Kiffin's 5-year plan?
Well, and I think Lane Kiffin, from people I have talked to, and Lane would never say this publicly, you never know with Lane. I think Lane feels like he could be on a short list in Tuscaloosa when Nick Saban is finished there.
I personally do not believe that is the case.
I personally do not believe that either, but I think Lane believes that. You could make that move from Ole Miss. It is highly unlikely you can make that move from Auburn.
Here's what's going to happen there, and this is just speculation. If Lane Kiffin is up for the Alabama job, whoever takes that job has got to get the endorsement from Nick Saban.
That is correct.
And Nick Saban ain't giving him that endorsement.
I would not think so. As much as Lane wants to call him my good buddy Nick Saban, they might be friendly to one another. They might stand at midfield and chat and smile and bro hug after the game. I can't envision a situation from what I have been told it was like in Tuscaloosa, where Nick Saban endorses that one.
Yeah, I just don't think – I think Lane's kidding himself if he thinks he's on a short list for the job in Tuscaloosa. Now, the job at Texas A&M or at Texas, those two places, probably a different story. Can you go from Auburn to Texas A&M in Texas?
100%
I think you can.
Yep, 100%. If those are the jobs you want.
Yeah.
I don't know that any of us know what drives Lane. When you ask what would you do if Auburn offered you the job, I don't. Again, I know enough to know you go see what you get out of Ole Miss first, right? Because our agents taught us very early in the process, the value of your contract is not what you're getting paid every year. What is the value of your contract, boys? what they have to pay you not to show up, right?
That's right.
That's the value. That's the real value in your contract.
That's exactly right.
Not what they pay you to show up every day, what they have to pay you not to show up every day. So whatever that is in Oxford for Lane Kiffin, whatever Jimmy Sexton has negotiated, that's where I go in if I'm Jimmy Sexton and say, Auburn wants him. Here's what we want. The day we don't think you're ever going to have to fire Lane, but the day you have to fire him, we're getting 100% of the contract.
And can I ask one?
And he may already have that, by the way.
Look, I said this yesterday. I hope Deion or Lane gets this job based on personalities.
Yeah.
For Auburn's sake,
it'd be fun.
It would be a lot of fun.
Ole Miss is having a lot of fun right now.
Yeah. Hugh Freeze, though, is a guy that is going to win games, too. So that is not a bad option. And, again, I think it is a safe option. Give me the biggest game Lane Kiffin's ever won.
At Ole Miss or just overall?
Just overall.
Oh, God.
I mean, at USC,
Did he
had
beat
a nice
the Rams once when he was with the Raiders?
No,
is this a trick question?
No, it's not a trick question. He beat anybody by the Raiders. I know he won a CUSA championship at Florida Atlantic, so I think that's probably his biggest win.
Oh, no, we can't call that his biggest. I mean, I know it's a conference championship, Lance, but we're talking about a game.
Search around.
I mean, they had 10 wins last year in the regular season.
He beat Will Levis.
Yeah. I mean, they had 10 wins last year at Ole Miss, so they beat everybody but Alabama and did they play Georgia? They beat everybody but Alabama and Georgia?
Auburn. No. He lost to Auburn last year.
Okay, they beat everybody but Alabama and Auburn last year.
All right, so his ranked wins last year were number 13 Arkansas at home, number 11 A&M at home.
Yeah, there you go.
Beat number 7 Kentucky this year. In 2020, I don't think he had a ranked win. They beat Indiana in the bowl game. That was a COVID year.
Yeah, no major Power 5 there.
I mean, Lance is on to something here.
Land my believer. He beat number 4 Oregon in 2011 when he was at USC.
That. Number 5 Stanford. He beat number 5 Stanford in the Coliseum at USC, 20-17.
Lunsford, number 4 Oregon. Is it going to be the winner?
Okay. All right. Lance makes a point there. His biggest SEC win right now is number 7 Kentucky.
It could very well be against number 6, number 5 Alabama in a week from Saturday in Oxford. That's our Lane Kiffin discussion. To the games on the field, NFL, World Series, all that as we continue on the show. First, 2 things. The Cowan Equipment poll question. We gave you that. You go vote 2 of them right there. The Lane Kiffin discussion and the traditional who you got in the Tennessee-Georgia game right now at Next Round Live, brought to you by Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan Equipment having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment. Check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
And also, MyBookie with the action tonight. You want to get in on Game 5 of the Astros and Phillies, last game in Philadelphia. We'll talk a little bit about what happened last night, but all of a sudden the Astros are the betting favorite to win the World Series. It's basically a best-of-3 series now. You can go NFL tonight where Jalen Hurts is back home, Eagles in Houston, and the Texans down in Houston. Or you can go a little college tonight, App State and Coastal Carolina, and a good Sun Belt game. All that on MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag, NFL, college football, the brand new money bag. The MyBookie money bag, one-of-a-kind opportunity to spin for crazy odds on props and futures. Place your bet at MyBookie.ag. Use promo code NEXTROUND. Claim a deposit bonus. They match your deposit up to $1,000 with promo code NEXTROUND. That is MyBookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND. Not just a sports book, a community. You bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western Wear, open Monday through Saturday. Just look for that big red building on I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, and always follow Jack's Western Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
I get to do one of my favorite games here in just a second with Ryan Brown. I love doing this, and I love this sport.
I don't even know what we're playing.
I love the sport because it allows me to do this with Ryan Brown coming up in just a second.
I'll look forward to this.
But first, did I say cut 7? Cut 7, Rockstar. I may be misnumbered. Carnell. Give me the Carnell Williams. Yesterday, the emotions of Carnell Williams was really good on the SEC teleconference. Auburn also sat down and did a interview with Carnell, talking about his love for the orange and blue and what he is going to try to put on the field for the Auburn fans in these few games that he's the interim head coach. Here's Carnell Williams on his message to the team as they head to Starkville.
I told my guys, the team, the coaches, in this difficult time, so many opportunities there for us to be great. And throughout all this chaos that's going on, that went on, that we're in, and nobody giving us a shot to do anything, nobody expecting much from a guy who just started coaching in 2015, who's don't got much experience doing that. Like, message those guys, like, what do we have to lose? So we gonna lock arms and we gonna compete. We're going to roll up our sleeve, and we're going to fight. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 4 weeks. I don't know if we're going to win any ball games. But that's what I do know, man. We're going to go out there and give it our all, and we're going to play good football, and we're going to play relentless, and we're going to work our tail off.
That's Carnell Williams talking to Andy Burcham there as the new interim coach as they get ready to play this weekend. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Dr. B.
Yeah, I had another hair analysis done with Dr. B in their office about 5 weeks ago. We got the results back. My hair's 12 to 14% thicker already. I'm still pretty early in the treatment. Just started that second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
If you could win games with love of school, of institution, Auburn would be a 13-point favorite this weekend.
Yep, that's not the way it works, but you're absolutely right. They would. I remember when Dabo Swinney, I don't know if you guys remember this, when he took over for in 2008, I think that was, for Tommy Bowden, when Bowden got fired. I remember one of the first things Dabo did in a game, and it won over his fan base, and Dabo eventually got that job, as crazy as this sounds. I don't know if you guys remember this. We were playing a national, I think it was the first game. They were playing a nationally televised game, and a guy walked off the field on a change of possession. And Dabo made him go back out to midfield and run off the field.
Yep.
And I know Lance probably said, "How hokey!" I know you would if you were watching.
And that began LT's love affair of Dabo Swinney.
I will never forget, though, the Clemson fans loved it because they felt like, oh, there we go. He's instilling some discipline we haven't had around here.
Well, that came down to Terry Don Phillips, and it was an AD trying to make that decision. Terry Don Phillips was there, had a relationship. This is different with Cohen coming in.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting. I'm just saying, to Dunaway's point, a lot of times an interim takes over, and they do things like that to show, I'm doing this differently.
I get it.
People will eat that crap up,
I
too.
will say this. Dabo had no name, not that matters. But Carnell, obviously, that name resonates with a lot of people, even outside of the Auburn program.
Okay, my favorite thing I love to do with Ryan Brown is catch him in a life contradiction. And I rarely can do that with Brown. Only in one place can I do that with Brown, and that is in the sport of baseball, because he dislikes the sport of baseball because of unwritten rules.
That is correct.
Is that a fact?
Absolutely. I do not like unwritten rules of baseball. I think they're stupid.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for you to trip me up here. I don't even know where you're going.
Yeah. But also, you have some personal unwritten rules about the game of baseball.
Like what?
You're not impressed by no-hitters, and you don't think combined no-hitters should be counted as a no-hitter.
No, that was a fancy shutout last night. That's all that was.
Yeah, but that is.
Are y'all seriously? Y'all are going to call that a no-hitter?
Yeah, they didn't get a damn hit.
Well, they had
a no-hitter.
3 pitchers. My God,
they had 4 pitchers.
4.
I know. I can't tell you how pissed I was, Reichstar. So I got hooked in. I didn't realize they didn't have any hits. Okay, I wasn't watching all the game. And Joe Davis goes to the break and says, the Phillies are hitless through 6. And I'm like, oh, all right. Now, I know where I stand on no-hitters, but a World Series no-hitter is going to hit a little differently for me. I will admit that.
It's only happened one time.
It's only happened one time. Don Larson.
The great Don Larson.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, a World Series no-hitter is going to carry way more weight than a normal no-hitter. And I even started thinking, I'm going to have to go in tomorrow, and Dunaway's going to be all smug about this.
You know how much weight it carries?
What?
I just called him the great Don Larson. I don't know if he won another game.
Oh, he may not have.
He may have been 1-0 his whole career. He could be 1-99.
That's all I know about Don Larson.
One game about Don Larson.
I'm with you. He pitched a perfect game, I believe, for the Yankees in the World Series. I mean, that's doing something.
For the Dodgers.
I thought it was for the Yankees.
It was against the Yankees against the
Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Okay. Anyway, all that aside, So I go like fix something, a snack or something. I can't even remember what I was doing. And I come back in there and I'm like, I am all in. Well, then I realized they've changed pitchers. How do you pull a pitcher that's got a no-hitter going? Guys, he's
Because
dealing.
you're trying to win the game.
Well, they got a 5-0 lead. I want to see the no-hitter.
Yeah,
You saw the no-hitter.
No, I saw 3 guys not give up a hit.
No,
That's not a no-hitter.
I agree with you on
it's
that.
It's a fancy shutout.
It is 5-0 until he gets in trouble. Let him
pitch.
keep going.
He's
I agree with
obviously
Brown on
dealing
that.
pretty well.
Yeah, but Christian Javier has been so good. You know, Dusty Baker's thinking, I would assume the mentality is this thing is probably going to go 7 games.
If we go 7 games, he has a chance to come back and give us something in game 7 if I don't make him go 9 games.
I mean,
and
look,
by the way, it proved to be the right move because
no
guess
doubt.
what? They didn't get a
They
hit.
didn't get a hit. And look, I'm halfway kidding about Dusty, who always makes great postseason decisions, pulling his pitcher. I'm halfway kidding about that. I get it. You're playing to win the World Series. Who cares about the no-hitter?
But I'm like you. I would have been more bought in if we weren't bringing relievers
no doubt.
out.
Yeah,
Yes.
once I realized I was about to go to bed, and Joe Davis said that, or I was making a snack, and Joe Davis said that. And then I'm like, oh, my gosh. I mean, now I'm having to watch 3 guys do it. That was I'll give it fancy shutout, all right? That's a fancy shutout. That's a shutout with hollandaise on it.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. The hollandaise adds a whole lot, but it's on there, so you're going to charge me
We're
more.
not asterisk people. It's not a no-hitter with an asterisk.
No.
It's a fancy shutout.
It's a shutout that they put a little lump crab meat on top of it. Like, I can have the steak without the lump crab meat, and it's fantastic, but you put the lump crab meat on it so you can charge $10 more and call it Steak Oscar. Okay, great. Thank you.
The way Philly is swinging it at home, if they would have been shut out, that's a fancy
They
shutout.
tied a World Series record the day before with 5 home runs.
5 home runs and a 7-0 shutout. It's
Yeah,
been a
that
weird
pitcher was,
series.
he was
according
tipping
to,
his pitches. None of these guys were tipping their pitches, Lance.
The Christian Javier story is pretty fascinating, though. Flew his parents in from the Dominican. They actually got to watch the start. This guy signed for $10,000.
Yeah, that's what was alarming.
That's crazy,
right?
isn't it?
I mean, that's what is alarming is that the Astros have 4 of those guys that they signed when they were 16 were they all from the Dominican?
I don't know. He was from La Victoria. It's a small town in the Dominican.
Yeah, they have 4 on the roster, a big part of their pitching staff, signed by the guy who's now just took the general manager's job with the Miami Marlins. And I was shocked that they signed when they were 16 and how little amount of money those 4 pitchers are making. Now, if none of them blow out their arms, they're about to really, really get paid. I just wonder how many people from the Dominican are signed by Major League Baseball teams for $10,000, and they try to work their way from 16 through the minors and blow out their arms, and they only make $50,000 in their life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I will tell you, I mean, Houston, their farm system and their scouting has done an incredible job over the last decade.
And that guy now is in Miami. He just left. The guy that was running all of that. But a combined no-hitter, we won't call it a no-hitter, but I won't call it a fancy shutout either.
It's a shutout with the crab meat on top of it.
A combined no-hitter last night. We'll get game 5 tonight. And what has been, the games haven't been close, but it's been an entertaining World Series for some reason.
Oh, it really has. You know, it's funny, before the game last night, and I actually liked the Astros a lot last night. I didn't like how the money moved, but before the game, Philadelphia was minus 150 to win that series. This thing opened at Houston minus 190, basically a 2-1 favorite to win the series. After Philly took game 3, they go to a 150 favorite. Now Houston's another massive favorite.
If I were driving here's the example I used last night, Lance. If I were driving the Indianapolis 500 and I went to the pits and I got out and had a ham sandwich for 20 laps and Rockstar drove those 20 laps and then I got back in and finished the race, would you be like, hey, yeah, Brown won the Indy 500?
100%. I think that's happened before.
Somebody got a ham sandwich?
Not a ham sandwich, but I think
I don't
they've
care
replaced
anything
drivers.
about the Indy 500. So
Well, I don't really care anything about
wouldn't even
baseball,
know.
but I mean, I'm trying to make a point here.
Yeah. What if they allowed somebody who is really bad on par 3s, somebody else at the Masters, to jump on and hit par 3s?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say
Tiger's
he won the
really.
yeah.
Tiger's going to play all the par 5s. Everyone else is going to do the 4s.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say he won the green jacket. That was a combo green jacket. I mean, it's
I don't
not
know.
the same.
All I know is the World Series has been played since 1903, and when you only have done something once, and this is the second time ever, that is impressive.
Yeah.
The
I'd
lock
like to
will
see
be-
one guy do it.
The lock winner last night will be sent out a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor. It'll either be baseball, the NFL, college football, maybe a little NBA. All that brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, you call our friends Adam and Chad and the folks at Hemp Hill Services. They fix it right, they fix it at a fair price, and they fix it the first time. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Just remember the name Hemp Hill.
I think Brown had to call him this morning. Did you call?
Oh, God, yes. Thank you for reminding me. I got to call him in the
Brown
break.
reached out to me yesterday. I got everything set up. And
thank you,
had to
Lance.
call.
Well, I mean, my gosh, Lance, it's 9:30.
Busy watching the no-hitter.
I was busy watching Fancy Shutout last night.
So you're about to call Hemp Hill in just a second?
Yeah, I got a little issue I need to look at.
All right. Hopefully Adam or Chad are watching right now, and they can call you. They don't provide that service for everybody, just Brown. One other note about tonight's action is the NFL game. Eagles still unbeaten.
Yep, only unbeaten team in the NFL.
Playing the Texans.
1-5-1.
Jalen Hurts back home in his native Houston. And that Eagles team looking so impressive because they've got so many weapons now, including A.J. Brown. They've found 3 touchdowns this past week. They're getting that guy the football in a variety of different ways. That team is starting to look like they're here for the long haul.
No, I don't disagree at all. Again, Jalen's playing like an MVP right now, and you've got that combination of A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. I mean, you've got weapons on that offense. The defense is playing at a high level. And watching the Texans, I was on the Texans last week. I don't know why. You watched a little bit of that game because
I watched the entire game. Titans-Texans, terrible game.
Davis Mills had shown some flashes. That team had shown a little fight for Lovie Smith. That offense was putrid.
That was awful, Lance. Until their final drive where they drove down and scored, they had 75 offensive yards.
Yeah, and I don't know how they moved the football on Philly tonight. Probably a game I stay away from just because the number's so high in the NFL when you're laying 14.5, 15 on the road. That's a big number.
This will be one of those games where Kirk Herbstreit's probably tired. We're in November, and he's done a ton of travel. And he's like, man, I know they're paying me a lot to sit here for this, but I cannot believe I'm watching this game.
And I just had fun with Brown, but I saved this story for this moment in the show right now to I don't want to bring Lance down. I love Lance's energy on the show and everything, but there was a report yesterday. Did you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I saw a few reports, yeah.
Okay. I'll just give you the headline, Rockstar. Report. Rams head coach Sean McVay to retire in all likelihood when core players leave.
Well, who are the core players?
Aaron Donald. Who are the core
Aaron
players?
Donald, Matt Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and Jalen Ramsey.
Oh, Kupp will be there a long time. Now, Stafford and Donald probably retire within the next
3 years.
3 years. Yeah.
Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated. Rams coach Sean McVay is reportedly considered likely to retire, but there's a lot in that sentence. Reportedly considered likely. Three qualifiers that do not sound like it's definite. I'm not going to be on the hook for this story.
Yeah.
Reportedly, considered, and likely. 3 things that somebody who's got good sources don't say. To retire once the core of Matthew Stafford, Aaron Donald, Cooper Kupp, and Jalen Ramsey are no longer with the team.
Yeah, but think about that. I mean, they don't have any draft picks, too. I mean, I don't blame them for doing that, do you?
Who's SoFi? It's going to be Deion Sanders next.
Who's SoFi? If I'm not SoFi.
Yeah. Who's SoFi?
Deion go to the Rams?
SoFi.
If I'm not
or maybe
SoFi.
we get lucky and get Lane Kiffin.
All right, that's our NFL conversation tonight. Not a great game. We'll see if the Eagles can survive. I mean, if you're still alive in one of those knockout pools, everybody will play the Eagles this week because they're unbeaten against the Texans. If the Texans shock the world tonight, it'll knock out everybody left in a knockout pool. All that happening tonight on the field and Appalachian State and Coastal Carolina. The show that is being brought to you today in part by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. We've all had them, right? We enjoyed them. I haven't had one yet today, but I may get one before the day's over with. Thursday's our long day. Ghost Energy can get you fired up, and they come in a variety of great flavors. I enjoyed the citrus flavor. That's my favorite one, but they also come in Airheads, Warheads. Look for this logo right here, the Ghost logo right there, wherever you buy your energy drinks. They've got actually the contents and formula right there on the label, so you're not surprised by any of the content. It's low calorie. It's a great energy drink. It's our friends at Ghost. We're back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Rockstar yesterday, I walked in. Who's our sponsor right on 280? The package stores?
Pink Package and the Beverage Place.
Yeah, so I walked into the beverage place yesterday because I was going outbound. They're very close to each other. And I uttered this phrase, watermelon pucker. I'd never heard of it. It's a liqueur, apparently. So today, Drinks with Dunaway.
Oh, no.
including a watermelon pucker.
You know, I like watermelon flavored stuff like Jolly Rancher and Blow Pop. And
Do you like to pucker?
Yeah, I'm a pucker guy.
One of my friends used to be a big rep for all the pucker products.
Yeah.
I think they were a lot bigger back in the mid to late 90s.
Yeah, so we're using watermelon pucker later on. Not this week, but a lot of times this year we've used the Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila as well, the official tequila of the next round. If you're looking for the best tequila on the market right now, go try this. The Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila. It's that multi-aging process that makes it so smooth, right? They age it in these new European oak barrels. They double filter it. They remove the color while producing this crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. If you've never tried the crystal clear tequilas, it's the best for sipping and mixing as well. I like to pour mine over ice and squeeze some lime juice into it. It is unbelievable. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in the finish. It is Maestro Dobel, perfect tequila for sipping or mixing.
Hey, are you having tea with the ladies after you drink your watermelon spritzers?
Get him, Lance.
Get him, Lance.
Yeah, pucker.
Over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, a lot of discussion about Lane Kiffin's current contract at Ole Miss and what he can get at Auburn that he can't get at Ole Miss.
I wanted to dispel a myth on this one. NH3425 brings it up. No way with Mississippi law that Ole Miss can meet the financial money commitment to keep Kiffin and pay him within the 4 years. Law says they can't have more than a 4-year contract. That is, in fact, true that you can only have a 4-year contract. What you have to remember is that is only the state portion of the contract, which is the smallest portion of the contract.
Yeah, for instance, for a long time, like you'd see Alabama coaches were making $250,000 from the University of Alabama.
That's right, yep.
And then the rest of their money was paid for by the athletic department, basically.
Yeah, only it's
like I still think
athletic foundation or the marketing, whatever, athletic sports marketing, whatever.
Yeah, I really think still the largest portion of Saban's contract comes from, is it Crimson Tide Sports Network?
Yeah, Saban's state pays only like $450,000.
Yeah, I mean, you can get really creative with this stuff. I mean, you go back to what Harbaugh did with the insurance policy.
Yeah. But with guys, and this is the same, by the way, same is true of Deion Sanders at Jackson State. For whatever it's worth, Mike Leach at Mississippi State. Those are all state schools, or Southern Miss. The guy at Southern Miss right now is, again, we'll go back and you'll probably hear us say this a lot. The value of the contract is not what you get paid every year. It's what they have to pay you not to show up. That's the true value of the contract. So Lane Kiffin's buyout, Lane Kiffin, the largest amount of his money comes from the Athletics Foundation. So the key to that is not what he's being paid yearly. It's what their buyout with him is.
Yeah.
Now, they're a private organization, so I don't even know that they've made that public. I don't think they have.
So we technically don't really know what Lane Kiffin is making and what his buyout situation is at Ole Miss.
Well, you know what he's making from the school, obviously,
right.
And there are probably some details with that. But if the Athletic Foundation, let's say, and you could use Lane Kiffin, you could use anybody you want to for this experiment that is in the state of Mississippi. So let's say they go to him and they say, all right, the 4-year deal is going to be 4 years, $7.5 million. Of that, $275,000, I think it is, comes from the state. All right. So the rest of it is made up by the Athletic Foundation. Then on the other side, the Athletic Foundation says, hey, we get it, 4-year deals. I know you want a bigger buyout than that. We'll do a contract on the buyout. If you're fired, we owe you X. It's easily done, right? So the whole 4-year deal, while it's kind of quirky, is not at all a stumbling block for Ole Miss keeping Lane Kiffin, and it's not at all a slam dunk that Auburn can outbid them.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing because I thought it would be easy for Auburn to outbid Ole Miss in that situation. Before we get to some more in the Vulcan Tire chat room over there, including a question from NAAU fan. Tell us about our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212, that's the number you need to call. Look, it's a dirty, dangerous job. Cleaning the leaves. Leaves are falling right now. You don't want to get on that dangerous ladder. You need to call our good friend Chris Stewart, 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Call 205-823-2212. Get on the roof, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. 45% off the retail price right now for the next round viewers and listeners. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Now, see, this is what I was trying. I didn't do as good a job maybe as NAAU fan did earlier. But when you say Ole Miss is in a better situation than Auburn is now because of what's on the field, can I go and make the same case? He uses the example of Kansas State's in a better situation than Texas is. You would not say that.
No, because Kansas State probably loses to Texas this week.
Okay,
Ole Miss lost to Auburn last year, though.
But is TCU in they're better? Are they in better shape as a program than Texas is?
Well, yeah, right now, because TCU can still win a national championship this year.
But they're a better team on the field, but
Yeah,
they're not a better program.
Yeah, you can't make a decision
about-
based on that 1 year, though.
I'm not
Yeah.
talking about history. My whole point is, and I can't believe people can't get this, is Lane has been there for 3 years. He has built this into something that is trending in the right direction. It seems like they've gotten better from year 1 to year 2 to year 3.
I would agree
Why
with that.
do you want to restart when you can make the same money at Ole Miss?
Okay, but that's different than what you said earlier, that Ole Miss is in a better place.
Right now they are. Right now they are.
But you wouldn't say Ole Miss is a better program than Auburn.
I stated that. If we went back and listened to it, yeah,
Okay.
Auburn
Just
traditionally has been the better program.
Just giving you a chance to clarify. Some maybe didn't hear it exactly.
No,
that way.
again, USC was in a terrible spot last year.
Right.
Traditionally, USC is a top 5 program in all of the history of college football. Yeah. They got the right guy in. And you see what
Oregon
he's able to do.
consistently is good, but USC is a better program.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, 100%. All right, I agree with you on that. Okay, top of the hour, Roman Harper's with us next. We'll get to the games on the field. The big one in Baton Rouge. Roman's got thoughts on that one and the battle of number ones, Tennessee and Georgia. Roman's in our next segment. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. It is time to start thinking about college. If you got a junior in high school, maybe a senior you haven't decided yet, schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. See wonderful things about class sizes, 14 to 1 student to professor ratio. See wonderful things about athletics. If you got a son or daughter that plays high school athletics and want to continue that when they get off to college, montevallo.edu. 21 NCAA fully funded scholarship sports. Check it all out. montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The great Roman Harper, in just a second, NFL and college great defensive back, now turned analyst for the SEC Network and ESPN. We'll talk about LSU hosting Bama, battle of 2 top 10 teams, and the battle of the 2 number 1s, Tennessee at Georgia this weekend. But first, your headlines brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. More on them in just a second. In college football news, you had a big commitment yesterday for Alabama. They land Julian Saban from Carlsbad, California, another California quarterback. Now, he's for the class of 2024. He's a top 50 guy, number 34 in the ESPN 300 rankings, considered to be one of the best dual-threat quarterbacks in that class. Carlsbad, California. He's impressed with Alabama's pro-style offense. How, as he said in his commitment, how tough and demanding the coaching is on you there will make you a better player. And he talks about Bryce Young, who's also from out in California as well, how they've been able to grow Bryce Young. So Julian Saban, top 34 pick, coming to Alabama, a future quarterback commitment.
Well, you've got him, and you've got 2 guys in the 2023 class that are top 300s according to ESPN. All these guys can't play.
And then people like Ty Simpson, who's already on the team.
Yeah. And so I guess the way you recruit now a quarterback is you just bring as many as you can in.
That's right.
And let it just filter out.
Let God sort it out, right?
App State Coastal tonight at 6:30. Of course, Game 5 of the World Series, and we'll see the great Jalen Hurts and the unbeaten Eagles in his native Houston taking on the Texans tonight on Prime Video at 7:15. Those are your headlines brought to you by JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Johnston RV is cleaning out the 2022s to make room for the 23s. That means you save big at Johnston RV Center. JohnstonRVCenter.com or I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Looking to upgrade a fifth wheel, the 2022 Wildcat 302BH. Just $399 a month with 10% down and approved credit. Room for the whole family. Sleep safe comfortably. You get it all right there at Johnston RV Center. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That hotline is where we find our buddy Roman Harper, Southeastern Conference legend, SEC Network host and analyst. And he is with us now there. What's up, Harp? How are you?
What's up, fellas? How are you guys doing?
Doing awesome, man. Doing awesome. What a fun weekend we've got in front of us in the Southeastern Conference. It's not 100% a West championship weekend, but, I mean, realistically, it's 100% an East championship weekend.
Oh, yeah. Everything comes down to it. Tennessee, Georgia, these are the cream of the crop of not only the SEC East, but college football right now. They're top 1 and 2, in my opinion, top 1 and 2 teams in the country. I know according to the playoffs, it's 1 and 3, but you know how that goes. I don't listen to those guys, especially in week 1. They have to have some kind of drama build up. That was one of them. So it'll be interesting to see. And it's really close. It's really, truly going to come down to who plays the best on Saturday. I couldn't sit up here with a straight face and tell you that this team has the advantage and this is why this one's better than that one. No, I think it's clearly like the 2 best teams that have been playing great all year long. Both have had Georgia has had their lulls at times. Tennessee has been a team where you're waiting on them to play bad or have a bad top spot or a game, and it has not happened. They've clearly just clicked on all cylinders all year long. And I look like the genius because I was the only village idiot preseason screaming that Tennessee was going to be great. And I feel pretty good about where I'm standing right now.
Okay, before I ask you my serious question, Harp, are you already at the club?
Which club?
No, I'm just look behind you. It looks like on the other side of that curtain is the champagne room.
You know what I mean? I guess we could call it that. It's my wife's office. I mean, it ain't a lot going down here, but it can go down.
Okay.
My wife's office, she has all kinds of big colors, and she likes to describe herself as a maximalist, whatever that means, is that she just wants everything to the max.
Okay, so no minimalist. I get it.
No, there's no minimalism in this. It's like it's 2 different rugs. It's wallpaper on top of wallpaper. It's a lot. It's a lot in here.
I like it. Okay, so I remember in Atlanta when you were hyping up Tennessee, but I'll still ask you this. What is more surprising the first week of the college football rankings, the fact that Tennessee is number 1 or LSU is number 10 in Brian Kelly's first year?
I think LSU being number 10 for me, especially the way that the season started. They had a disappointing loss versus Florida State. They didn't look good in other games. I mean, Tennessee blew the doors off of them. But they have steadily improved every game since that Tennessee game, really since the second half of that Tennessee game. They've just played better. And you can't give enough credit to Brian Kelly, the coaching staff, that he's been able to assemble and the good works that they're doing. Really putting Jaden Daniels, who's really bought into what they're asking him to do offensively. He's been responsible for 11 touchdowns the last 2 games versus 10 the whole previous season. So it's been really cool to see the maturation of this LSU team. And the thing that I actually love watching them the most about them is their defense, that they get things wrong early in a game, but all of a sudden the same plays that you try and bring out and run in the third, fourth quarter, they got it fixed. It doesn't work again. So it's been really cool to see anytime that any team that plays constant, consistent defense with the right eyes and the right technique. Like, I enjoy those little things about football because in college, you don't see it all the time. It's not as pure as the NFL, where I love watching NFL because guys are in the right place at the right time, doing their job all the time. And that's what I expect all the time. There is no backing off of it. I'm not going to apologize for it. And I'm not going to back off the standard in which my eyes are used to seeing good football. So when I see those things happening, it really gets me excited. And that's what I love watching LSU's defense, because you don't look at them and say, man, they got all these great players and these all-stars. No, they play really good defense, and they play for the man beside them. They execute, it's one guy outside the block, one guy inside the block. It's all the little things that make really good defenses. They do it on a down in, down out basis. And it's going to be really interesting to see them match up versus this Alabama team. And I know we're going to jump into that, but we've all seen who Alabama is on the road this year. And if that Alabama shows up, it won't be good.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to, because we got this vibe of like a reality show going. It's like you're in the confession room and you're about to be honest with me and tell me the one thing you hate about this Alabama team, and you hinted about it right there. They're undisciplined, right?
They are the definition of undisciplined right now. They're one of the worst teams in the country in terms of penalties, or most penalized teams. And when you get all the penalties that you get and you don't force turnovers to kind of offset all your mistakes, you're setting yourself up to now we got to outscore everybody, or we just got to be more talented, and hopefully that we win it at the end of the game. And you're putting too much emphasis at that point on hoping and wishing for the outcome instead of controlling it, which is what you're supposed to do, which is go out there and win the game on the field in between the white lines by what you do down in and down out, and how you execute and out-execute your opponent in the biggest moments and situations. And that's what we're used to seeing out of Alabama. And we've seen that at times at Alabama, which is the worst thing, is that it's one of the things, one of the words I would use to describe this Alabama's team is potential, which is the worst compliment you could ever have in sports, in my opinion. It's absolutely the worst thing. All right. And that's because they are so good. They got the best quarterback that I've seen them have under Nick Saban and Bryce Young. They got the best linebacker or edge player that I've seen them have under Nick Saban and Will Anderson. Then you also got the young boy behind Will, who's a Dallas Turner, who's really good as well. A couple other really good, it's good players everywhere across this roster. Jahmyr Gibbs, electrifying player. And they still play down or not up to their potential. So that is the one enigma with this team. And the thing is that with all that being said, as bad as they looked and played against Tennessee at times, they still only lost by a field goal and had a field goal to win it. So it's crazy how they're able to work themselves out of all these problems that they put themselves in. So potential is the word that I continually keep going back in my mind and thinking about when I look at this Alabama team.
Roman Harper is with us, SEC Network analyst, Alabama legend. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, at Harp41 on Twitter, at Harp_41 on Instagram. I saw Nick Saban on the teleconference yesterday say that Alabama has been playing a little left-handed after the Bryce Young injury, and kind of indicated maybe they had gotten past that now with the downtime. Have you noticed that in watching their offense? Because Bryce Young's looked awful good to me. I don't know what the left-handed portion of it is.
I think he was saying because he couldn't throw the ball deep.
Yeah.
But if you watch that Tennessee game and came away thinking anybody but Bryce Young wasn't the best quarterback in the game, you're lying to yourself. Or you're just being a crazy Tennessee fan and just can't get over the fact that they won the game. Look, Hendon Hooker is amazing. He's won the Heisman. He's probably the Heisman front runner right now. But Bryce Young is a special, special talent. And I know people are going to knock on him in the NFL on Sundays because of his size. He's not a really big guy. But, man, if you just cut on the tape and just, watch what he does down in and down out, it's just amazing to watch him go out there, command the offense, get the offensive line set up so he sets all the protections. He does things in college football that many quarterbacks never even think about doing. And so setting the protections, getting everybody in the right place, audibling, continue to keep up with everything that they like to do defensively and what they're trying to throw at them, but still always seem to find time to hit an open receiver. It's high quality playing football, quarterback play by Bryce Young, and it's fun to watch. And I mean, if he was playing left-handed, I would love to see him play right-handed.
Hey, Harp, over the last decade, Alabama's had maybe the greatest collection of wide receivers we've ever seen. As a former defensive back, is there one wide receiver on this entire roster that would make you sweat?
I don't know about that. First of all, ain't no wide receiver making me sweat, number one. And number two is, I actually really like the young kid, and I always tend to want to lean towards a younger kid who's still a little bit, hasn't been worked out yet, still has room to grow. I really like the kid Kobe Prentice. They just got to find ways to get these guys the ball more and just be more explosive when they get the ball. Alabama doesn't recruit bad players, so they're all good. They're all talented. Even Burton's good. All these guys are good. They have to figure out what they need to do offensively to get them the ball in places where they can catch and run. And also, what do they do well? I would like to see this Alabama team do a little bit more power run game, but that's not going to happen. They're going to continue to run the zone, stretch zone, sweeps, and let Jahmyr Gibbs try and make somebody get out of a gap and then hit a home run. So I continue to talk about what I may want, but this is not what I'm going to get or what I'm going to see out of this Alabama team. And bottom line is we've seen quarterbacks win with less. So there is no excuse. Nobody's going to listen for it or feel bad for Alabama if they don't have 3 first-round wide receivers in our eyes. So we have to get over that as Alabama fans and Alabama people that support the program and understand that you still got the best quarterback, and a good pass always beats great coverage. So you got to understand how football works, and they'll be fine.
If you were the king of Texas A&M with Jimbo Fisher, would you tell him in the offseason you've got to hire a play caller and an offensive coordinator? Is that the problem?
Yeah, they need somebody. They need somebody to be – not everybody can be a yes guy. You got to have somebody that's willing to combat with you and throw ideas off the wall with you and try and figure some things out. My biggest question after all this whole season of Texas A&M is this, all right? Jimbo Fisher is supposedly a quarterback guru. He starts the season with
Haynes King.
Haynes King. I was thinking last year, Zach Calzada. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Haynes King at quarterback. That lasts for 2 weeks. They're not good, which Haynes King wasn't good last year in the little bit of action he got either. He wasn't good. Next you know, they go to Max Johnson. Everybody's like, oh, it's a lot better. But it really wasn't that much better. Max Johnson gets hurt. We go back to Haynes King. Still losing, not being great. Now we bring in Connor Wegman. Do I pronounce it? And all of a sudden, he throws for 400 yards. And I'm like, oh, this is our guy. I'm like, well, why wasn't he, like, what did he do in the 3 weeks that all of a sudden now promotes him to the guy? So these are my questions. I'm watching. And if I was an A&M fan, that would be my biggest question. Like, look, we have a quarterback-friendly coach who can't decide on the quarterback. Like, if after 2 weeks, what Max Johnson's inserted, Max Johnson should have been the starter the whole time. Like, you should have known that already. And these are I keep walking away like, is it really that? Which Connor Wegman, man, look, I'll just be honest with you. I don't know how great he is. I know he has a quick release. I know he throws the ball with confidence. He throws it with conviction. And sometimes that's all you need. And A&M has weapons on the outside. They have weapons all around the field, but they got to get some of these things right. And they got a big game versus Florida coming up, and they got to start. I would want them to get another offensive coordinator to try and help Jimbo out, but I don't know if Jimbo and any other coach that's getting paid that type of money is able to put their ego to the side and say that I need help. That's really hard for any successful person, coach, man, woman, or child to do, is that reach out there for help when we all know we may need it. And we all need help at some point.
All right, he is Roman Harper. You can follow him on Twitter at Harp41, at Harp_41 on Instagram. See him on the SEC Network and ESPN. It is always fun, Roman. Thank you so much for the time.
I appreciate it, guys. I can't believe Rockstar asked me about a freaking scared or nervous about a wide receiver.
That was me. That was not Rocky.
I don't have a voice, Roman.
Yeah.
Be good.
Thank you, man.
All right, buddy. See ya. Roman Harper with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
If you're not a maximist, if you like to maybe get the best, but for less money, you can get that from our friends at Crocker Moving Services. Eric Crocker, the owner there, crockermovingservices.com is the website to find out how they can move you anywhere in the continental United States or just down the street. Wherever you're moving, Crocker Moving Services is the name to remember. We know right here in November with the holidays coming, very few people are moving. But when it rolls back around to moving season, next April, next May, next June, I want you to remember these great folks, crockermovingservices.com. They'll move your home. They'll move your business. They'll move both of them. They'll pack it up and box it up and ship it anywhere you need them to move. crockermovingservices.com, owned by Eric Crocker, a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. They use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies wherever possible. It's crockermovingservices.com. Check them out. Roman brings up a point there about Alabama and how undisciplined they are. Rockstar Gimme Cut 1, Nick Saban. Well, no. Gimme Cut 10, Rockstar from Nick Saban. Let's go back to the left-handed thing. He's talking about Bryce not being able to practice during the week. They've been sort of playing left-handed. Here's Nick more on that from the news conference yesterday after practice, since Brown brought up the left-handed offense.
It's not really fair to to see how we've sort of developed offensively, because probably the most important guy on the team, any team, is the quarterback. And most importantly on our team, because of the quality of player Bryce is. So we've been a little bit out of sorts. So I really challenge the players to be able to do things better, whether it's run the ball, run routes better, make more explosive plays, whatever that might be. But I think it's a little bit unfair to judge anything that's happened in the last couple of weeks.
So I just found that very interesting, because Bryce Young has played very well. People in the chat room are making the point that he didn't really in the second half against State, and I will agree, Alabama's offense in the second half against State got bogged down. He was phenomenal at Tennessee. Could not have played any better at Tennessee.
Had to.
Alabama gets run out of the stadium without him. I thought was good in the first half against State. I just found that an interesting comment, because I haven't noticed a drop-off, but what Roman said is he thinks he's talking about just the deep ball hasn't been there. So he hasn't had the ability to back people off, which is maybe one reason Alabama had 27 carries, 29 yards against State.
Well, coming off the bye, I don't know if you guys have had an opportunity to watch Bama and Bourbon that we recorded yesterday with Aaron Suttles from The Athletic, but he brought up the fact that Bryce is now 100% from what he's hearing.
Okay, that's good.
Coming off the bye week, so he's 100%.
100%.
Well, my gosh, if we saw him at Tennessee, what percent do you think he was?
I don't know. He looked 110.
That was the best single game performance in Alabama history for a quarterback.
But he was limited. I mean, but he did throw some deep balls there.
It was just some gorgeous passes.
He managed the pain and throwing it deep. But to be able to practice during the week is what I thought he was talking about with the left-handed. Not getting the timing with the receivers, the running back handoffs, and all that loses a little bit if he's not out there practicing with them on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, leading up to the games on Saturday. Interesting game for Alabama, man, because they have been so sloppy on the road at LSU. But I just think they match up with this LSU team, and the way LSU plays really well. I feel good about Alabama this weekend. I don't know why I feel good about it, but I do.
I agree with you. You've had some of these games, though. I think it was in 2016 where there was no score going into the fourth quarter. Last year it was kind of a slugfest. I favor LSU probably if it becomes that. Not to win the game, just to keep it tight.
Yeah.
You just wonder how LSU's defense is going to play. And then back to the sloppiness. I mean, Alabama right now 125th in penalties, but you go from 17 on the road against Tennessee to only 3 against Mississippi State. Where does it fall between 17 and 3 this week?
Well, a lot of people say home field advantage really is the ability to get off on the snap well, crowd noise on snap, but also they feel like it's almost getting basketball-like in officiating, that you get more calls at home that you don't get on the road. For Alabama this year, their penalties on the road are at the very ceiling of how many penalties you have, and they have been better at home. So maybe if you're an LSU fan, maybe you think this weekend you'll get a double-digit penalty game again from Alabama. We'll see. When we come back, Rockstar's got our 4 downs today. And also this hour, before we get out of here, we got to bang our head on the wall about Mel Kiper's latest big board. We'll get to that coming up in a moment. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Distilling. We'll be using them for Bama and Bourbon a little bit later on. We'll be drinking a drink that Redmont actually put together for us. I think it's called Kinsey's Lap Dance.
What?
Wow.
Keep going.
Kinsey's Lap Dance.
How's she doing?
I thought it was watermelon pucker.
Oh, that's in it, Brown. It's Kinsey.
Thought you were going to go watermelon sugar.
Yeah. Maybe that's where we're getting. That's where we're headed. Taylor's putting that together after the show. Drinks with Dunaway on all of our video platforms. Brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity of taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Pick up a bottle today. It's available in 20 states. It's really growing. Ask for it by name. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Crime in Jefferson County has gotten so bad, 161 murders already, and the year is not finished. We're ranked 3rd nationally for homicides, with over 30% higher violent crime rate than the national average. The county is in crisis. Vote Jared Hudson for Sheriff of Jefferson County.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Downs in a little bit. I'm about to do a Weight to Wellness commercial after eating a packet of Milk Duds in a commercial.
I said twice this week you've eaten Milk Duds. I didn't know you were such a fan.
Those will rip your molars out, man.
Yeah,
They're great, but they will rip your teeth
I know,
out.
I do like them, but Rockstar's right. A lot of times you have to go.
Yeah, I still have some in here.
I know.
It works
I can tell.
It works those jowls out.
Yeah, it does. But that's a great candy because, I mean, it'll be 30 minutes from now, and all of a sudden there'll be a piece of Milk Dud that'll,
Oh, it's back!
Yeah, that'll fall down. And
treat.
I'll be, a little bonus flavor.
Do you want me to do something while you do that? Because I was going to make a quick observation. I want to go. I don't know if I find it interesting.
I've told this whole Milk Dud story to set up that I'm about to give up sugar and start back on weight to wellness
and weight training.
Right. So sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jim. Yes, please.
Yeah, I would have brought Milk Duds up at all if it wasn't for this weight to wellness commercial I'm going to tell you about.
All right, fire away, Jim.
About to start getting back into shape here very soon. Something you've heard from me before, but I've done it before. I've lost 45 pounds once, thanks to our friends at Way to Wellness, and they're going to help me.
Best time to lose weight? Holidays.
Yeah, the holidays.
Best time to start losing weight.
You know, when I lost my 45 pounds from Way to Wellness, you know when I lost it, right?
In the holidays?
No, it was during the pandemic.
Oh.
It was during the
like a
pandemic
holiday every day.
when everybody else was putting on their pandemic 15.
It's because you were scared the world was coming to an end, right?
And I wanted to die with a better
skinny.
body.
No, you just couldn't eat. It
skinny.
was stressful not eating.
No. I was committed, and it's so easy with our friends at Way to Wellness. You can find out how you can lose weight to help get my blood pressure back in check, cholesterol back in check, back in a good number. All that with Leslie and the board-certified team there at Way to Wellness. You can go to this website. It's called aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That'll take you to the Way to Wellness website right here locally. They're local people. It's locally owned. They don't require you to have a contract, so you can quit any time if you don't like it. There's no sign-up fee, and the consultation is absolutely free when you meet with Leslie. I love the program. You will too. It works for just about anybody. As long as you're committed to it, it's Way to Wellness. Just go to aplanforme.com. We were talking about the virtues of the Milk Dud. Do you like a Milk Dud?
I do not like Milk Duds.
How about a Sugar Daddy?
About Sugar Baby.
Sugar Daddy.
Oh, the Sugar Baby?
Sugar
Yes.
Baby is the Milk Dud equivalent. That's even more on your molars.
Sugar Daddy was
Sugar
the
Daddy's on
stick.
the stick.
Yeah, it's too much. As a kid, yeah. One of the reasons I had yuck mouth and had 1,000 cavities.
Yeah, you'd pull it out and it'd still have its string.
I would tell you that when I go to the movies, I will take either the Milk Duds or whatever they have at the movies.
Because you buy them there. You don't take yours in, right?
I don't. Yeah. But I will pour it into the box of popcorn. And so when I'm eating in the movie, it's dark, and it's the salty sugar mix there.
Peanut butter or peanut M&M's much better than that.
Is there nothing worse than the presentation of an unwrapping a Sugar Daddy, and it just looks like something that's just been flattened by a car?
Yeah, it's like a turd.
That looks good. We wrap it. Let's do it.
Wait, does Maggie
wrap
like
it in wax paper, too?
Milk Duds in the popcorn?
She does not, no.
So you just get your own?
No, I
go by yourself.
It's probably the only time I wear the pants in the family. Usually I am by myself when I do that right there. All right, 4 downs time. We'll get back to everything happening in sports. Is there anything breaking, Browning, in the sports world? I left my charger at home today, so I'm having to Apollo 13 my battery to get to the end.
Oh, so I'm in charge of any breaking news?
Yeah.
All right.
Do we not have the same... we don't have the same laptop?
You guys don't have MacBooks.
You don't have MacBooks, and I've got the MacBook.
You guys are using things we call Windows.
You think LT knows that? Can't even reboot his.
I mean, they're all silver.
Yours are silver, his is chrome.
That way's always got to be different, doesn't it?
You didn't pay for yours. I paid for mine. There's a little difference there. Vulcan Tire gives us the chat room over there. And also, Vulcan Tire brings us 4 downs every day.
Yeah, 4 great locations, including that new, soon-to-be-open location in Pell City. Make sure you get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Just had my daughter's car inspected bumper to bumper last week with these guys, locally owned and operated. Fantastic guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What was the worst punishment you received while growing up?
So the old man used to let me pick the belt, which that wasn't the worst. The worst was my mom would drag me to see her Aunt Frances in Verbena, Alabama, every Sunday for about 2 or 3 years.
Shout out Aunt Frances. Was it designed as punishment, or it just sucked for you?
It was awful. There was nothing to do. There was no TV.
I know, but were you being punished, or was she just...
No, but it was punishment.
Yeah.
It was 1,000% punishment. Just let me stay at home by myself. If I burn the house down and kill myself, so be it.
Yeah, so
don't
be it.
take me to Verbena, and basically just threw rocks at cargo trains all day.
Yeah,
that's fun.
I too had to occasionally go pull my own switch off of the tree outside, but rarely would I get whipped with it after I brought it in.
Well, what would they do?
It was the anticipation of pulling it down, bringing it in, and I mean it was worse than getting hit with it. And then you get in. But the worst punishment ever I got was from my grandfather, who died when I was 13. A couple of years after this incident happened, I've told the story before. I'm playing with the little army men in ant beds down by the fence. And I've gotten a little gasoline out, so I poured the gasoline around the ant hill to sort of, throw a match on it and start burning as we invade their ant hill with my army men. I'm burning down the ant hill, right? So I'm playing toy soldiers. Well, it's time to go in and eat lunch, dinner, whatever it was. Huge pasture next to our house with a big house on the hill, and all of a sudden fire trucks are coming through our driveway on our side of the street, because it's easy access to where the fire is burning, and they're putting out a big field fire because all the hay has caught on fire from my little battle with the anthill there. And the fireman knocks on the door and said, the owner saw your grandson playing down by the fence.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
I said, it wasn't me, Pop. Wasn't me.
And
you
lied.
The fireman says, well, the guy saw him, and he was like, my grandson would not lie. So y'all can get the hell off our property. And, of course, I'm so churning hurt about this. Later on,
guilt got you.
Yeah, I'm crying.
So he literally told the fire people, "Get the hell off our property."
Yeah, if you're calling my grandson a liar, get the hell off my property.
Oh, Dunaway! I can't believe you did that to first responders.
I am sitting there just bawling.
Who won the war?
And eventually, I went down. Well, the ants always win.
Yeah,
they just keep coming at you.
Hey, did your granddad take you down to the fire department? Make them you apologize to them?
I've told you the story before.
Yeah.
I had to go.
I wasn't listening.
I had to. I had to go eventually tell my nanny first, because I lived with them, that it was me down there playing, and then I had to tell him. I didn't get whipped, but I had to go tell.
The shame was the worst part. Yeah.
The captain.
I wonder how many people out there ever got caught with cigarettes and had to smoke an entire pack in a closet.
I've heard of that. Yeah, that sounds awful.
Or eat. I guess not smoke. Do you eat them?
Yeah.
I would hope. Not.
I think just if you smoke a bunch of them. Yeah. Yeah, dipping, get caught dipping.
There was something in a closet.
It's pretty minor, but when I was at Sachs High School, I was in the robed choir, Rockstar, bass section.
The robed?
Robed choir. We wore robes when we did concerts. And Connie Burleson was the choir director, a delightful lady. And I really mean that. She was delightful, but we were just a bunch of knuckleheads.
Is that past tense? Is she no longer with us?
No. Miss Burleson's still alive. And we were just knuckleheads, and all of us sat together and liked to have fun. And she was trying to keep the choir moving.
Right.
And if she got tired of it, she would say, Ryan, write 5. And you had to go get one of the music journals off a desk over there and transcribe 5 pages of it. And when I tell you that was boring and tedious, it really was. I hated it. It was the worst punishment ever. Oh, it was awful.
Yeah, I hated the writing on the blackboard. I
never
will
had
not
to do that.
I will not talk in class again.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah. By the way, Jay Mose is a Sachs High School tenor as well.
I was a bass.
I know where this story's going. So
write 5. Go write 5. Oh, it was terrible.
Second down.
What is the sound you no longer hear? Welcome. You've got mail.
I was talking to somebody the other day about a fax machine, and they brought up a fax machine. I said, literally, the last person I ever knew that used one was Lance.
And we don't hear that anymore.
Yeah, you don't hear the. You're literally the last person I've ever known that's used a fax machine.
That was a long time ago.
It was.
I don't even think we have a fax up here, do we?
We do not, do we?
I'm talking about in this entire building.
I don't know about the other buildings, but in our office, we do not.
You know what? This kind of goes with what I was going to bridge while I thought Dunaway was trying to compose himself to do the Way to Wellness. AL.com has announced today they will not print a newspaper after the end of this year.
So no more printing.
No more printed newspaper. Now that doesn't really make a sound, but I mean, you want to talk about stuff dying, man. I hadn't seen a newspaper in forever. I didn't really know they still printed it until recently.
Yeah, one thing you don't really hear, we hear it sometimes in this office, is telephone ring.
That's true.
But when you do, it's here.
I haven't had a landline in forever. Like the only landline ring I've heard is the actual cell phone that has the landline ring.
It has been a long time since I've had it, and you ditched the landline before I did.
Oh man, I hadn't had a landline probably in 15 years.
Yeah.
Well, they tried to make the old bundle thing.
Yeah.
Where it's going to be actually your cable's going to be cheaper if we give you a phone.
Yeah, but exactly. But I actually made it easier. I'm like, if you want to call my wife, you call her number. If you want to call me, you call my number. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
I had a good one. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I talk too long?
No.
I don't hear the ice cream truck anymore. I know there are still some out there, but they rarely came to my small neighborhood in the house I had for 12 years. And I don't hear them where I am now. But I'm sure they roll through there. I just don't hear the ice cream truck. They used to be a thing you'd hear every afternoon in the summer. I just don't hear the ice cream truck guy anymore.
And that was such an exciting sound.
Yeah,
you could hear it a couple blocks away, and you're like, "Oh, I gotta scrape together $2, man."
It would stop in our football games.
No,
it would stop the games.
They stopped coming to Forest Brook because
y'all threw rocks at them.
We threw. Yeah, no, we had these crab apples that we just pelted him with.
We can't go there.
The guy who's giving you a service of treats, you were throwing shit at him.
We can't go there. The Flint gang is there.
We didn't have money to get the ice cream.
The Taylors are
Those other little bastards aren't. If we can't have any, you're not having any.
Third down.
What fictional character could be identified by usually only one word? My example would be humbug.
Scrooge.
There you go.
What about kryptonite?
That was going to be mine.
There you go. Superman.
Superman, easy.
So I was looking for, one name fictional characters like
Batman, Spider-Man.
That's why I said in parentheses, not name.
I was going to go Ratatouille, but not name. Okay. It's just one name.
It is one name. Yeah.
So that's a good one.
Kryptonite was mine, too.
Kryptonite's a good one. Yeah.
Fourth down.
That went quick.
What? Pass?
Yeah.
What is slowly phasing out?
Well,
newspapers.
The
been gone for a while.
Apparently rather quickly, actually, over the next 2 months. You better get them while you can.
Patrick says you just say landmine and everybody thinks Dunaway.
That's true.
That is
true. I do think of you.
Oh, yeah, that
immediately.
is true.
Yeah, you don't have to pile on Lance. That's a late hit.
I do think, we've talked a lot about it in this segment, but I think actual phone calls are being phased out. Like, I very rarely make phone calls anymore.
I'd love to call you when I'm driving a long distance.
Yeah,
he loves to answer those calls.
He does not. He doesn't do it anymore.
The vast majority of phone calls I make are in my car.
Me too.
Just I saved them all. That's one reason I didn't make that call I was supposed to make this morning, because I meant to do it on my drive in and I got on another call. I try to make all my phone calls in the car, just on Bluetooth.
Phasing out.
It could be one thing we use a lot. It could be Twitter starting Friday.
Why? What's happening?
Well, Elon's taking over, right?
Oh, he's already taken over, yeah.
Okay, but
he's going to charge $8 for to have your blue check.
You just have the blue check, though. Most people don't have the blue check.
He's going to charge $8 for that? A month?
It comes with other features too, though.
Okay.
Yeah. What's happening Friday though?
He's laying off half the force.
That's probably gonna make it. I think it's gonna make it better. Actually, Twitter
streamlining. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm saying I think Elon Musk will make Twitter better.
We'll see. I mean, it doesn't always work. I thought Brian Harsin would be good at Auburn.
That's true. I thought he'd coach 6 Iron Bowls.
Yeah, I did.
Kanye West being phased out.
He is.
He's going down with the fight, though.
Yeah.
Him and Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, Kyrie apologized and paid a $500,000 fine, basically, a donation, and the Nets did too. All right, so there you go. That's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, locally owned and operated. Anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family. These guys can handle 4 locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, Mel Kiper's big board has rattled some cages. We'll get back to the games on the field. Final hour of the show, Buster Olney and Stan White's with us. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Buzzed. BUZD when it's time, like Drinks for Dunaway. All of a sudden, we're going to shoot Drinks for Dunaway. All we have to do is get on the Buzzed app, and they bring us all the contents we want up here. BUZD. We're going to start using it in the future up here.
Just think about it. You're having people over this Saturday, and you're going to be watching Georgia and Tennessee, and then you've got Alabama, LSU, and then you've got Pac-12 After Dark. And sometime during that, you're going to need somebody to go out and get something. Why not have it brought in? It's a safe, effective method, the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service. Found on your app store. Download it today, BUZD. It's Buzzed. Use code word NEXTROUND for 15% off your first purchase. From downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. From cannabis, including the Delta 8, alcohol, tobacco, adding inventory constantly. We bring the buzz to you. Get Buzzed today, BUZD.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Before Brownie tells us about our friends at Wayne's, you have a little follow-up to what's going on sports-wise from our four downs discussion.
JD said things that should start to slowly phase out. Home plate umpire. Do you think we'll ever have automated balls and strikes? Like a robot calling balls and strikes?
Well, I mean, I don't understand with the technology that we don't just use the little screen
that they show on TV?
Yeah.
The one that TV already has?
Yeah.
Do you think we'll ever see it?
I hope not.
Why not? Why don't you like it?
Well, like last night, if you were watching the game, I don't remember what inning it was, but the Astros already had the 5-0 lead. The Phillies are trying to get some runs going, and there was a 2-2 pitch that was this far below the square on the television screen, and he rung him up.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're using the computer, the K-zone, it wouldn't have been a strike. He rung him up, so there's some nuance to it, but you also get some bad calls. I do like it when it's such a bang-bang. We're slowing it down frame by frame. They seem to, in baseball, stick to the umpire's call in the field. Like I thought a foul ball call, I think that was against the Phillies too, right down the first base line. I mean, that could have been over the corner of the base. He gave a really quick foul call there.
That was a Schwarber.
That ball was ripped, though. That guy had no time to make that call.
And you always stand in foul territory as the ump in case it hits you. It's a foul ball. But I think his angle, what he had of the first base there, was a tough angle to judge if it came over.
That's interesting. I thought Smoltz said he thought it was 100% foul.
He did say that. I think Smoltz is pro umpires.
I like some human elements.
Okay.
I do too.
So you like a little bit of error in there that just makes it more real.
Mm-hmm.
JD says the use of football chains. Why are we still, and I do wonder that, why we've got all this money in football and we still trot out, two old guys and pull a chain between two sticks that we assume is 10 yards in length.
Well, it is measured before each game.
We assume that, yes.
No, it is. It's carried. If you ever get the game early, they carry it.
I don't believe it, Dumbo.
The referees will unfurl it, and they will mark on 10 yards on the field.
Yep.
Now, if the field is striped by 10
you never
yards,
know, but at least it's the same for both teams. But, I mean, seriously, why are we still doing that this day and age? Why are we still got two old guys with chains?
I'd prefer to do it after watching the USFL this year where they did no chains. I'd rather watch the chains. I don't know what it is. I like the chain system better than I do
the computer chip like the USFL used.
Yeah, did not like that at all.
Interesting.
I did not trust that as much as I do the chain.
There's something you get a lot of drama with the chain.
You do.
No, you do.
Two old guys trotting out there.
I mean, you really do.
Of pulling that out, there's that drama in there.
Yeah.
We don't really need huddles anymore. We've seen that. I'd still like it when we huddled a little bit.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. The one thing you don't want to phase out, Dunaway segue, your yard looking great.
That's right.
Spring and summer is when it matters the most, but right now is when you prepare for that, the fall shutdown season. Make sure you get the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil and in the root system so your yard looks the best it can in spring and summer. You do that with Envirolawn. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR. We'll pay for the first month. The code TNR. You get 12 months. You only pay for 11 when you use the code TNR and sign up for Envirolawn at 866-WAYNES-1.
We haven't announced it on the show yet, but I tweeted it out a while back, Conrad. But Conrad in the Vulcan Tire chat room says, I don't know if TNR has announced it yet, but punter Ray Guy has passed away. The Southern Miss and Raider great has died. I think he was one of my dad's favorite players. He's the first punter, maybe the only punter ever drafted in the first round, and a Hall of Famer. They named the punting award after him in college, the Ray Guy Award. He is an iconic punter, and he was that good. I watched him as a kid.
Maybe the second best Southern Miss player of all time. I mean, that's saying a lot for a punter.
Yeah, I think so.
Reggie Collier was awful good, though, too, wasn't he?
He was really good, too.
I mean, I don't know anybody that's really come close to doing what Ray Guy's done.
No.
Yeah. I wonder, though, if you look at what punters do now compared to what they did then, but he was iconic, yeah.
I will say this. I had the great privilege and honor of hosting a radio show with Kenny Stabler. Myself, Mike Grace, and Kenny Stabler used to do a radio show back in the day. And we would take phone calls, and almost every week somebody would call in and tell Kenny they thought he should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and why is he not in there, and it's a travesty and all that. And inevitably he would answer, look, if anybody from our Raiders team deserves to be in there, it's Ray Guy. It's like that guy is the best to ever do what he did. And I always thought that was pretty cool about Stabler that he would do that, but it shows you how well respected that guy was.
Oh, yeah.
Odie's brings us part of this show in fun trivia last night, I'm sure.
What came first, the Range Rover or Jennifer Lopez?
I'll go Range Rover. I bet it goes back to World War II.
I'll go Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah,
I think
World War II.
I think the Range Rover was invented in Jurassic Park.
Nope, World War II, man.
That was an Explorer. But Jennifer Lopez, 1969, the Range Rover, 1970.
Oh, man.
So I was right.
Bigger back end.
Yeah.
Oh, that's close.
Show us your back seat.
Yeah. J-Lo does not come with a tow package, though. All right.
Both high maintenance, by the way. Let me finish real quick.
Both high maintenance. I like it.
Odie's Tavern, things you learn on Wednesday nights. Make sure you come out and see us. Great place to get live music on Fridays and Saturday nights. Enjoy this fall weather with the ice-cold beer buckets out on that patio. Full of Bud Light, great food. Had a buddy come by last night. He got the Diablo sandwich. But stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All that to get to the Mel Kiper big board, something that you brought up earlier today, only because it's a continuing theme on our show. And if Forrester was here today, he's back tomorrow, he would roll a little Will Levis eating a banana video right here. Will Levis is still on Mel Kiper's big board as a first-round quarterback, and he's not just there, LT. Where is he?
So Will Levis, we talked about this on Monday. I had minus a point starting him at quarterback in college fantasy football in DraftKings. That's nearly impossible. He was that bad, though, against Tennessee.
You mean Tennessee, who everybody throws against?
Yeah, everybody throws against. Mel Kiper just released this morning. He has got Will Levis at number 4 overall.
Again, I've never seen a game where I thought he looked that way.
Let me read you what he said.
Number 4 overall in the NFL draft.
Yeah, and he previously had him number 4. He had C.J. Stroud at number 2. He's dropped C.J. Stroud to number 3. He's got Will Anderson number 1. Bryce Young, by the way, behind Will Levis at number 5.
Will Levis is ahead of Bryce Young.
Yes. Kiper goes on to say Levis's stats aren't going to impress as much as Stroud's or Bryce Young's. He doesn't have a great supporting cast of playmakers. He has 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, a 60 QBR, ranked 63rd in the FBS. But when I went through his first 16 starts at Kentucky, I was really impressed with this game. Levis has a rocket launcher for an arm and makes some wild throws. That has gotten the Penn State transfer into trouble at times, but it's clear watching him that he believes he can fit a ball into any window. My comparison is Matthew Stafford.
Wow.
Do you know
Matthew Stafford, by the way, won
all.
a ton of games at Georgia.
Do you know, before the Kentucky game, no passer, and they've played Akron and Ball State and Tennessee Martin, not a single quarterback they've played had thrown for less than 240 yards. Do you know how much Levis threw for Saturday night?
How much?
98.
98 yards.
I can't make it work, Lance. And 3 interceptions, by the way.
That Tennessee defense is improving. But it ain't
Not
improving
that
that much.
No.
If your team takes Will Levis, good luck.
I am not saying that Will Levis cost them the game Saturday night.
Well, he sure didn't help them win
it.
it.
Because their defense couldn't do anything. But I will say Will Levis cost them the Ole Miss game.
I don't disagree with you on that, yeah.
Yeah. So you would definitely take Bryce Young ahead of Will Levis.
I would.
It's not even close.
C.J. Stroud.
I would.
Why are we not talking about Hendon Hooker?
Hendon Hooker is not on his big board. Hendon Hooker on the quarterbacks ranked is behind Anthony Richardson.
I know he works there, but does he get ESPN?
Does he watch the game?
Come on, Kiper. Come on, man. All right. When we come back, a lot more to get to today, including Brown's Thursday tradition as part of our next segment. Trash is later on. Then we talked to Buster Olney about the World Series. It's down to 3 games, and it's a good one so far. Buster's with us at 12 noon Central Time. Stan White with us at 12:35. That's your Michelson look ahead here, right here on the Big Show.
Yeah, make the phone call today, 969-8100. That's the number. Find out if LASIK is right for you. You have 0 to lose. It's a hassle-free consultation. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you, and they will hook you up. Again, I got the procedure done over 2 decades ago. I have 2015 vision, better than 20/20. Stop wasting money on contacts and solution and eyeglasses each and every year. Stop procrastinating. Find out today if LASIK is right for you. Book the appointment, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
As always, this hour of the show brought to you by the great folks at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken. We'll open up the phone lines in just a second, 205-734-0923. But if you're in the area right now, anywhere near Alabaster, and you want to have a great lunch, just swing by Highway 119, Champy's Chicken, right there just off the interstate, I-65 in Alabaster. If you're ever heading down to the beach, the lake, to football games, Champy's Chicken can make it happen for you with a good lunch or dinner. They got great tailgating suggestions, including those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the hand-cut chicken fingers, and a lot more. It's all at champy'schicken.com. Sterling, the great owner of Champy's Chicken, his wonderful staff, they'll take care of you and make you feel at home. Go taste the great food at Champy's Chicken today, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champy'schicken.com. In your headlines, a couple of things here before we get to the phones, and then Brown's tradition later on in this segment. Bill Self got suspended 4 games yesterday as part of that ongoing NCAA investigation. Didn't keep him from winning a national championship last year. They got all the players and all the violations, and he's going to miss the first 4 games of the year. All due respect, that doesn't seem like a bad punishment.
It's not a bad punishment.
They are losing 3 scholarships, in part of the process over the next 3 years and all of that. But to miss 4 games in November and December,
yeah.
Let me cheat all the time so I can have the great players in conference play in the NCAA tournament. It's all about the tournament.
I don't get 4 games. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, look, and Bill Self really established himself as, his legacy last year was established winning his 2nd national championship.
Yeah, but there'll always be that, no asterisk because we're not asterisk people, but there'll always be that conversation about how he did it. Now, I've never been bothered about how people do it.
Yeah, but, you go back over the history of college basketball. Jerry Tarkanian's got that. Rick Pitino's got that.
Coach K has it.
Oh, Jim Boeheim missed half a season, didn't he?
Yeah. So that's a great point. Boeheim missed,
I think it was all the non-conference.
All the non-conference
Maybe
games.
it was 10 games, something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Baylor, in the aftermath of the tragic murder of one of their players, couldn't play an out-of-conference schedule. They could only play a Big 12 schedule one year. So a 4-game suspension, and we still wait on Will Wade and see what happens down there. The Gonzaga folks talking to the Big 12, and the Big 12 folks talking to Gonzaga about them being a basketball-only member for them. Gonzaga also talking to the Big East and the Pac-12 there. Alabama football lands Julian Sayin, quarterback for 2024, one of the best dual-threat quarterbacks in high school football, Carlsbad, California. He commits to Alabama yesterday for the class of 2024. Eagles and Texans tonight. Also Appalachia State and Coastal Carolina in the college game, and we'll do Game 5 of the World Series, the Astros and Phillies. Those are your headlines brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Let's get to the phones.
Jeff in Anniston is up next, 205-734-0923. What is up, Jeff? How are you?
What's up, gents?
Hey.
So y'all think there'll be a lot of self-loathing out there because of that? Never mind.
I didn't get it.
Self-loathing.
Bill Self. Yes. Yeah, right. Gotcha.
It's a very selfish joke.
Like that. That was selfish, as Rockstar just said.
I'll try to do better.
Yeah, you need. You know what you need? More self-awareness.
Oh boy.
I thought you were going to say a smarter audience, but Brownie, great. Joe Biden playing Maverick the other day. LT doing Biden as evil. They were both great. I'm not joking. And Dunaway, I loved yours, but I swear to God, at first I thought it said Jim on top of the box instead of Ken. I thought you were coming as Jim, as in the same, name, but just, I don't know.
Jim in the holograms.
J-E-M.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, there were a lot of people that confused me with Barbie, and then when I was out of the box, there were a lot of people who confused me with the washed-up wrestler.
Or Vince
that narrows it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard y'all talking about Ray Guy. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was an All-American safety while he was at Southern Miss, too.
I think you're right.
Interceptions or something, yeah. And how would you say the word H-I-R-E?
Higher.
How would you say H-I-G-H-E-R?
Higher.
So, I don't know. That stuff just blows my mind.
Higher.
Yeah.
So they're the same basically, right?
How do you say PEN and PIN?
Pen and pen.
Well, one's supposed to, I think, actually not be pen.
I know.
But
I had a coworker one time. I was like, I can't find my pen. And she's like, you can borrow one of mine. And I was like, no, it was a credential pen we needed to get into something at the college football playoffs. And they gave you these little lapel pins you had to keep to get into the workroom. And no, I know I've lost my pen. She goes, I've got different colors. Take one of these. And I was like, no, my pen.
Well, how'd she say it?
She said pen and pin. I mean, I don't even know how she said it. She was from the north, and she said it differently than I did.
I'll tell her to figure out how to live in the South.
Yeah.
Crazy ass Yankee.
Yeah, I know.
I love T-Bob's reference of Porkins yesterday. He's the most underutilized character in cinema history. Love me some Porkins.
I love the last name. Is Porkins? Is that his last name? That is a
big guy.
Fantastic last name for a big guy.
Yeah, how do you guys even know that? Because
I had no idea.
As a kid, I saw the movie a couple of times. I don't remember that.
So he's the big boy pilot, huh?
Well, yeah, and I know it mainly because I've watched Riff Tracks do a thing on it, and of course they pick up on that big time. The big guy, his name Porkins.
I love the name. Yeah,
they were so disappointed when he spoiler alert, when he got blown up. But LT, do you still have trouble sleeping?
It's funny.
So weird.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
It is really funny you ask that because the last 4 nights I have had great sleep.
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah. Well, I'm just going to give you a little.
Well, go ahead. I mean, I'm trying to flip back around.
Yeah. What do we got here?
There was a time when LT would have flipped that right into a mattress commercial.
I've read that it says if you soak your feet in hot water for 10 minutes before you go to bed, it helps blood circulation and it helps relax you, draws blood from the brain and stuff like that.
Okay.
Interesting.
It's supposed to make you sleep 10 minutes. I'm going to start trying. Yeah. Have y'all ever seen the movie Get Crazy?
Nope.
From 1983?
Nope.
Wait, who's in it?
Malcolm McDowell does a take on like a Mick Jagger type. Lou Reed does like a Bob Dylan. This one band does like the Strawberry Alarm. There's good music in it. It's funny as hell. Lots of drug references. Go ahead and tell you it's not for kids. I mean, there's literally human-sized joints and conversations with people's junk and due to LSD. It's one of my favorite comedies of 1983. I like it better even than Rock and Roll High School. It's good music, really is, and you can find it on YouTube.
It's got one
Delta
of the
8 or Delta 9 would definitely help.
That's the Delta 9 Indica. That's a secret to sleep right there. The poster for Get Crazy is one of the worst I've ever seen.
That's pretty bad.
Looks
They wasted
like
a lot of money on that.
An Olivia Newton-John with a martini on a guitar that's got some serious
curvature.
Yep.
Of the spine.
It looks like that would be the theme of our prom at a local high school.
Yeah.
It's a take on what a concert was like back in the early 70s and stuff. It's hilarious. It really, especially if you go in the right mood, frame of mind, whatever. And I have to admit, I haven't been glued to the World Series, but something that struck me is just how physically big Philadelphia is. And I said, well, Mike, just imagine that. So I checked out the roster. Get a chance, check it out. They're not just tall guys. They're big, easy.
You know who's big? Is that guy that looks homeless. What's his name that came from the Angels?
Oh, the
center fielder.
Yeah, the guy that looks like a drifter that might kill you on the side of a road.
The bone guy?
No, I don't think that's
his name.
No, I can't remember his name, but he's a big old fella.
I know who you're talking about. He looks like he's the bass singer for
Led Zeppelin.
He looks like Jason Worth used to look.
Yeah, he does. Looks
That's
like
who I thought it was at first.
He'd kill you on the side of a road.
But to your point, Schwarber's the leadoff hitter, right?
Yep.
I mean, he's not your typical leadoff hitter looking kind of guy.
They're huge.
Yeah, Bryce Harper he's a big dude.
Brandon Marsh.
That's who I'm trying to think of. Yeah.
They don't have any little guys.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like a football team.
And I've never seen Dunaway have a 180 in his opinion as fast and as much as he has with Jimbo. He finally saw the light with him, I think.
Well, I told LT several times this year that he was. You're right. It's not working.
Yeah. No, I had to do a 180 on it too. I was wrong.
I missed it too. I figured it'd be better. How is it big time college football we can't have cameras with good angles on both sides of the field on goal line.
Were you watching the Auburn game Saturday?
Yeah.
They ruled a touchdown for Mississippi State. The linesman came in and called it. I have no idea how the linesman made the call.
Arkansas?
For Arkansas. God, I'm sorry. For Arkansas. I have no idea how the linesman made the call, but he comes running in and throws his hands up. And, I mean, the ball is in the middle of a scrum. The SEC network had the 3 worst replays.
Worst. That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
I mean, some random backwoods high school doing a stream has better. I mean, it's the worst replays I've ever seen. I don't know how they review anything.
I'm not sure, but I believe that time slot for that broadcast is using the campus cameras, campus students.
And then they go to the one they were going to try to use, Jeff, was the pylon cam, and I swear to you, it looked like it was from the moon.
Yeah.
I mean,
the pylon cams this year on all the networks have been very blurry to me, or maybe I just need a new eye checkup.
And that's what they've got to fix. They got to be able to find a right angle, and I mean that's just ridiculous.
Yep, I agree completely.
Here's what's happening: the CBS, which used to be the most cameras and the highest production, we were told before the season started, was sort of dialing that back because the contract's rolling out. And you've seen the best broadcast so far of SEC games is nobody has more cameras, more angles than 2 broadcasts. The Big Noon Kickoff, Klatt's broadcast with Gus, that runs basically your typical NFL production. And Fowler and Herbstreit's crew rolls with
where the money is,
with the best camera angles and the best number of cameras. So you'll get that crew in Baton Rouge this week, and then the Big Noon Kickoff with Klatt every week, usually at a Michigan or Ohio State game.
We got enough money going that every big Power 5 school game should have.
I agree completely with you.
I mean, it's impossible. It's impossible.
No, it's not impossible.
Yeah.
There's tons of money. What's impossible?
It's just like you can't have. It's just like you can't have the best officiating at every Power 5 game.
No,
because
it's not the same.
No, it's totally
you
different.
only have so many production trucks and people
buy
that can,
more.
that can
buy
be,
more.
Buy more. You got all the money in the
You got to
world.
have people to operate it and punch
hire
the
those
shots.
people.
Okay, there are not that many talented people. You're saying that the best of the best, we can just duplicate that. You got 16 games in the NFL. You've got how many games are you talking about in Power 5 football on a given Saturday?
I think I can set up a
48?
camera angle that'll give me a good view of half of the field on the goal line.
I need a view of the goal line is all I need. That's just another camera. You don't even have to move it. Just set it up and let it go. Turn it on.
Yeah.
And I saw Oklahoma just out of I don't know if any of y'all saw it or not, but Oklahoma ran one of the niftier fake field goals.
So good, yeah. I hate to trust my kicker that much with the ball, but boy, they set it up well. Yeah.
It was perfect. And, Dunaway, this has to be the first time in history, right, for a World Cup, World Series, football, basketball, and hockey all going on in the same month.
I've never remembered a World Cup going on in November.
No, it never has. I mean, that's why November is by far my favorite month. You know, that's Thanksgiving and all that. I'm joking because last week I said October. You got to get smarter on it. All right, better job, Auburn or Florida State?
Auburn.
And see, I asked a couple buddies that, and we all said that. Then, but you start thinking about it. What are we based? I mean,
well, one's in the SEC. One's in the SEC. One's in the ACC. If you're not paying attention, the Big 12 television deal is a better television deal than the ACC has right now. So
I'm not talking about television deal. I'm talking about best program right now.
No, but Jeff, first off, you and everyone else are spending all these millions of dollars that you also are paying coaches and you're paying NILs and you're building facilities and stuff. Now you want to mandate $60 million a year in broadcasting rights.
It was goal line cameras done away.
Meanwhile, you're going to say it's not a big deal with television package. Well, Auburn's going to have more money flowing in, almost 2 times the amount of money every year than Florida State. That's how you win football games.
But right now,
that's how you win football games.
You know, historically, Florida State's been the better program. But right now, you've got Florida State's middle of the pack ACC. Auburn is, outside of this year, middle of the pack SEC. And I would always go middle of the pack SEC over middle of the pack ACC.
So the last 30 years, he's had a better last 30 years.
Oh, Florida State.
Florida
Well, I mean,
State.
but 30 years is 30 years. You should keep it 25. You should never go more than 25.
Okay, let's go 25 then.
Saw those 5 off. Let's see if it changes out.
Well, that still gives Florida State 2 national championships.
Yep, and Auburn 1.
And how many top 5s in a row?
A ton, yep.
If Bama, God forbid, were not to make the playoffs, and I don't think they will right now, but I asked a couple of buddies this, and I was interested on their answer. I wanted y'all's. Do you think Bama fans would rather Tennessee or Ohio State win it all?
Ohio State.
Ohio State.
That's pretty easy.
See, one buddy of mine said Tennessee. Easy. He said
I'll
hates
say
Ohio
that.
State.
Yeah.
How about you, Dunaway? I didn't hear you.
I didn't hear your question.
Who do you think Bama fans would rather win national championship, Tennessee or Ohio State?
I think they won Alabama, and then they stop paying attention.
Bama doesn't make the playoffs between them two. Okay, never. How about I ask you other two since Jim don't want to play? How about if Tennessee or Georgia? Who do you think they would?
I think they would go Georgia again. They love this drought that Tennessee's on.
And that'd be back to back.
Hey, for the record, I was telling these guys the other day I do this team draft, Jeff, and it got in the 6th round. We got 10 teams each, and I wanted Minnesota really bad. And dude grabbed Minnesota the pick before me, so I got stuck with Tennessee in the 6th round. How about that?
Good win.
Good luck shining down on you.
I am a Tennessee fan from here on out.
Yeah, I imagine. I think I'd rather Georgia win, but man, that's 2 in a row, and they'd be back maybe next year for a 3-peat. I sure as hell don't want that because we lose our mantle. All right, how about Clemson? Now this one, both of them they've struggled on.
Oh, okay. Clemson instead of Alabama?
Tennessee or Clemson?
Oh, Tennessee or
All
Clemson.
of these are
Clemson
Tennessee.
easy.
Yeah.
Clemson
Yeah,
easy.
Clemson.
Yeah, Clemson.
You think they'd rather Clemson?
Yeah.
Both of them said they weren't. All right, last one, Tennessee and Michigan.
Michigan.
Michigan probably, yeah.
Wow. What do you think would be the reaction? This is the last one before pick 6. What would be the reaction if Cohen were to bring Mullen or Leach over to Auburn?
Leach would not be good. Mullen would be better.
Better, but not as good.
Yeah,
either.
not great.
Good reaction? You think the fans would like that?
I don't know.
Well,
Mullen failed at Florida.
He failed at Florida, and Mullen was the guy that also turned Cam Newton in.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right, pick 6. Last week I finally came on top. I went 5-1, Jim 4-2, and Brown LT 3-3. All right. Clemson, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Clemson.
Notre Dame.
I went Clemson. Kentucky, Missouri.
Missouri.
Kentucky.
Go Kentucky. I don't feel good about it.
Missouri
game.
in the upset.
If it was in my backyard.
And then, hey, this is a bad one. From Tuesday till Saturday at 2:30, there's not any really good games. We got one really great one at 2:30. That's all I need. And then we got a really good one at 6:30. That's all I need. So, all right, Florida, A&M.
Oh, boy, you throwing some tough ones.
I'll go A&M.
I'll take Texas A&M.
I will take Texas A&M.
I'd hit 2, so that, of course, means Florida will win. All right, Wake, North Carolina State.
Wake, although, Sam Hartman turned it over, so he can't do that again, Wake.
I'll take Wake.
We all went Wake. Tennessee, Georgia.
I'll go Georgia.
I'll take Georgia.
I went Georgia. Last one, Texas, Kansas State.
Texas.
Take Kansas State.
Where's that game?
Manhattan.
I'll go K-State.
I went Texas. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
That is Jeff, brought to you in part today by a friend at Storm Restoration Roofing. That's Greg from Pell City, respected roofing contractor, also locally owned business owner, father, husband. His wife runs the operation while Greg is on the roof. It's easy to see why his company is so successful. They are locally owned now for over 20 years, A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. They offer what the industry calls the best warranties. Insurance companies trust Greg Nelson. You should too. He'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg from Pell City in Storm Restoration Roofing. Rockstar, it's time for our Thursday tradition from Ryan Brown right here. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Hit it, man. Hold on just a second. Trash is coming up. Buster Olney in a little bit. Let's do the tradition.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
College football's best traditions.
Speaking of traditions, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of delicious wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob Baumhauer still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in for lunch or dinner to one of those great locations of Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
We're going between the hedges. You guys been to a game at Georgia. You remember the Lone Trumpeter, don't you?
I don't know.
You've been to a game at Georgia, Lance. You remember the Lone Trumpeter, don't you?
I've been to games at Georgia, and I do not.
Rockstar, this is one heck of a tradition we got here, the Lone Trumpeter at Georgia.
Yeah.
I thought everybody remember that. Were you there pregame?
I was there. I was working. But
yeah, it's a big deal, man. They turn the lights out for night games, put a spotlight on the old boy.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
He plays the first 14 notes of the Battle Hymn of the Republic, if anybody's actually in the stadium paying attention. It's a big deal for the Georgia fans. They all point to him. That's the big thing, is they point to him. And he plays the song, and it gets... It all started...
Well, I've probably been there for 14 games in my career.
You've been to 14 games at Georgia, and you don't remember the Lone Trumpeter.
Do not remember this at all.
I've been to 4 games there.
And you don't remember.
No, but that's the time I'm typically mixing my drink in a stall.
Exactly.
A stall. Be right out.
Sir, Jeff Simmons, 1987, invented this. He was a saxophone player. They quickly gave it to the trumpet. They're like, saxophone, thank you. We like the trumpet doing
It's
this.
too sexy on the saxophone.
Yeah, so we're going to go trumpet on this one. But it started...
Too late at the start of the game, everyone was throwing their panties on the field. Oh, we can't use the saxophone. We can't use the saxophone.
This guy's getting more tail than the quarterback.
Panties on the field. We can't do that.
It is very competitive. Trumpeters go through a rigorous audition before being granted a solo. They pick about 3 or 4 every year. Staffers turn their backs on the players, so it's a blind audition. And in the end, like I said, 3 to 5 get the part. The crowd points to him, and he plays the first 14 notes of the Battle Hymn of the Republic, and the place goes crazy. Unless you're Jim and Lance, who don't even know what's happening. That is our tradition.
We've got some Georgia fans. Let us know in the chat room or on
reach
Twitter.
out to a couple of grads right now.
Yeah, see if they know anything about the Lone Trumpeter.
Yeah. It's probably ended when Vince stopped coaching over there. I don't know. Maybe they're still doing it.
They literally are still doing it, yes. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. I kind of got chills. I can't believe it didn't bother
They
you.
played night games back in the day. They put a spotlight on him even back in the 70s?
No, it didn't start till 87 if you would listen to the actual segment.
They've been doing this since the 60s.
Instead of just taking shots at it.
Brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. One more time, LT.
Yes, our friends at Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. Get in, get that Alabama hot chicken. It's Baumhauer's bringing you the newest and greatest featured item. Fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in that tangy blend of herbs, spices, honey, apple cider vinegar with a spicy finish, served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits. Miss Mary's southern greens and garlic bread. Get in for lunch or dinner. Baumhauer's is celebrating 40 years.
We'll get to trash next. If you're keeping an eye on games this weekend, Nebraska quarterback Casey Thompson day-to-day, according to the coaches, after that arm injury last weekend. They could be going with Purdy or Smothers down the stretch there. Other than that, typical aches and pains as we get ready for Week 10 of college football with trash up next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
lender.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Before LT gives us trash today, I want to remind you that the Birmingham Squadron starts play November the 6th, just in 3 more sleeps as we get the Squadron back on the court against the Lakeland Magic. The Squadron went to the playoffs last year. They're looking to do that for the 2nd consecutive season in their 2nd year here in Birmingham. They've got folks like John Petty. Boy, really excited to see UAB alum Jordan Swing play a full season with the team here, and a lot of other folks. To be there on opening night or to get tickets for the rest of the season, you either go to your Ticketmaster location, use your Ticketmaster app, or however you get tickets from Ticketmaster, or for the premium seats and the food packages, the group packages, and more, you can call the Squadron at 205-719-0850. That's 205-719-0850. One more time since I screwed that up. 205-719-0850 for our friends at the Birmingham Squadron. Again, November 6th is opening night, and a great way to take church groups and youth basketball teams and all throughout the season with that phone number or with our friends there at Ticketmaster. This hour of the show always brought to you by Champy's Chicken, open for lunch down there, champy'schicken.com. Sterling loves trash every day. LT's got that ready to go, so let's hit the big button, Rockstar.
After the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. but he's gay. I mean, he's gay, excuse me, he's blind.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you're sick of ripping your hair out over rent prices, put down the toupee and contact Mortgage Right today. Mortgage Right has all the first-time homebuyer essentials, including a variety of loan products, an easy pre-approval process, and a multitude of other resources for a seamless home buying experience. They will treat you like family, always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. Don't let rent run you ragged. Become a homeowner today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with two runaway Christmas. Are they babbles? Baubles?
Baubles. Like, I can't understand. Baubles? Like bubbles, almost.
Yeah, each larger than cars spotted tumbling through central London. I'm assuming we got a little video of this, at least some still shots. The decorative balls were seen flying down what appears to be Tottenham Court Road. There they are.
Oh, my gosh.
Bouncing into the path of oncoming traffic, one of the oversized babbles was filmed hitting a lamppost, causing it to shed its glittery skin.
That is horrifying.
Well, it was awesome as the brother's on his way. He's a little behind, but they turn around, the camera turns around, you got the brother.
Here comes another one?
Wait.
I mean, it literally is like a sci-fi end of times movie.
No, but actually, if that hit a kid,
oh yeah,
it might kill him.
Maybe an adult, Lance.
Yeah,
watch what it does to that post. I mean, that post is rocking back and forth. That's horrifying.
I don't understand what's happening though.
It's unclear where the balls had escaped from, but as they rolled down the street, drivers were filmed having to take evasive action to dodge their ricocheting path. Footage was posted on social media on Halloween as the Met Office issued a yellow weather warning over the strong winds and rain in the area.
Okay, so the winds blew these from somewhere.
Apparently.
Okay, all right.
Find it odd, though, that somebody was standing there videoing for the first one to come through. I'll just make that point.
This is
an inside job?
Huh?
You think it was an inside job?
I mean, why are you standing there videoing, Rockstar? You got to explain that to me.
Soon to be commercial here. An Apple Watch has been credited with saving the life of a Seattle woman who was allegedly buried alive by her estranged husband. She was able to call for help using her wearable. According to reports, those reports say the woman was able to call 911, send an emergency notification when her husband briefly left her alone during the attack just before he dragged her to the garage and broke the watch with a hammer. NBC News reports that the Washington State woman was allegedly buried after discussing an impending divorce and money with the man. When placing the call to emergency services, the woman was heard to be gagged but was screaming for help. Later told officials that her husband was trying to harm her. According to court documents, she was found with duct tape still wrapped around her neck, lower face, and ankles after managing to escape. The woman's husband, 53-year-old Che Keong-an, now faces a number of charges, including first-degree attempted murder.
You think they're just going to get the divorce?
Nah.
Hey, Siri, how long can I breathe underground here? I mean that's got to be a frightening feeling.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. He does it. Yeah, I won't promote death, but at least the... Oh, sorry, Siri.
Thank you for apologizing to her.
I'm sorry, Siri.
You're okay, Jim.
Yeah. Stop apologizing, Jim. You apologize too much.
What was the movie?
Definitely The Island for this dude.
Yeah, I would agree.
With Sandra Bullock, you only saw her for a minute. Nancy Travis, Kiefer
Vanishing.
Sutherland. Yeah, The Vanishing.
Jeff
you guys
Daniels.
ever seen that?
I've never seen
It's
that.
a great film.
Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
At the gas station, abducted at the gas station?
Yeah.
How about I do that a lot, too? I confuse Jeff Daniels and Jeff Bridges. They're nothing alike, but I confuse them often.
Jeff Bridges, yeah, you're right. I did it myself. My
No,
bad.
I do it all the time.
That's
Like
what I
I'll
did.
see Jeff Bridges and call him Jeff Daniels for some reason. They're
Jeff
nothing
Daniels
alike. Jeff Daniels is Dumb and Dumber. Jeff Bridges is...
It's your favorite show, Newsroom. Jeff
Newsroom.
Daniels.
True Grit.
True Grit was what I was going to say is probably his best role.
Crazy Heart is where he won an Academy Award. Against All Odds.
Have you guys ever heard of The Big Lebowski?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah, that might be his most iconic role.
I've never seen The Big Lebowski, so I don't know.
Overrated, my opinion.
I
like
watched,
the Coen Brothers.
I watched it on the way to a national championship game.
You like Bunny?
You know, all I remember him in a robe and drinking White Russians. And I was like Brown. I did not love that movie.
He's never seen it.
I didn't see it. Lance didn't love it.
Yeah, you're the one that didn't love it.
Best pickup lines here. Hey, excuse me. You have a bit of cuteness on your face.
Oh, wow.
Only a bit, though. Only a
Jesus, get rid of it.
Sorry.
Only a bit.
Sorry, LT. Go ahead.
Another one. My favorite word is menu because it has me in you.
Oh,
my God. It's
It's creative, though.
Another bad pickup line. You must be a high test score because I want to take you home and show you to my mother.
I like me and you first.
Here's another one. If I had a garden, I'd put your tulips and my tulips together. Tulips.
Tulips. I like that, yeah.
I've heard that in another joke.
On D's?
Yep.
How about this? Can I take a picture of you so I can show Santa what I want for Christmas?
Oh, that's uncomfortable.
Oof. These are bad pickup lines, right?
Yeah, bad pickup lines. Another one, are you my appendix? Because I have a funny feeling in my stomach that makes me feel like I should take you out.
Oh, I can see it coming.
That is
too.
a stretch.
It's a long way to go to get there, too, isn't it?
And finally, on a scale of 1 to 10, you're a 9, and I'm the one you need.
Oh.
Okay, here are the best movies of the 90s according to Ranker.com. Number 10 on the list is Forrest Gump. And number 9, Terminator 2. Number 8, Saving Private Ryan. Number 7, Home Alone. Number 6, Silence of the Lambs. Number 5, Goodfellas. Number 4, Toy Story. Number 3, The Lion King. Number 2, Jurassic Park. And number 1, Shawshank Redemption.
Well, that's a good list right there. I've never seen Jurassic Park, but
it's a good list. I cannot believe you haven't seen Jurassic Park. Good
that's
list.
a bunch of dinosaurs.
It is a bunch of dinosaurs. But I don't like the order.
The original is good. What would be your order?
Hey, you'd have Goodfellas
Not the
one,
whole
wouldn't
thing,
you?
but just top five. Give me
Top five, I would go Goodfellas 1. I would go Silence of the Lambs 2. I would go Shawshank 3, Saving Private Ryan 4, and Terminator 2, 5.
Lunsford seems to think Green Mile is a blasphemous omission.
It's a great film.
It's good. Yeah.
Not in the top 10 at all?
No,
Wow.
it's better than Toy Story and The Lion King.
Those are animated, so I think
and Home Alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, those three are really good. Toy Story is really good.
No, it's good. Just would have other stuff on there probably. Hey, here's the headline: Fax machine dead? ?
Oh, it is a good question.
After a history stretching back more than 150 years, the beloved fax machine may finally become a thing of the past. Ofcom, the UK's communications regulator, has set out plans to kill off fax machines for good by no longer requiring telecom companies to use them.
Why would they be required to use them?
Says the move reflects the use of fax services in the UK is now very limited due to a range of free and low-cost alternatives available, such as email and Google Docs. They were popular for big money transactions with tight deadlines, such as house sales or football transfers, as they enable contracts to be exchanged quickly. Technology behind the fax machine first patented in 1843.
Wow, look at all the things we've lived through. The floppy disk. You've used a floppy disk even, right? I'm not too old for
I
that.
have.
Fax machine, cassettes, we all lived that. VHS, pager.
I've had a pager.
Yeah, me too. Overhead projector, we used that in school that was very popular when I was in school.
Coaches would use it too. They would have like the diagram of the play and they'd put it up there.
Okay, here's what we're going to use this week against LSU, boys.
Yeah. Coach, you got it backwards.
Yeah,
We're on the other
flip that
hash.
around.
There we go.
Let me run that around.
Yep.
See, this is called a running play, Jameer. We're going to run the football this week.
Did you ever have a pager?
I did when I first started. The only time, 1998, when I first started working at Jack's.
Y'all are going to make fun of me for this, which I don't really care. But I found a red pager. It was like a Motorola red pager. And I went and activated it and got service for it just so I could have a pager. And it's shortly after.
Why?
Because I wanted a pager. I mean, this was before cell phones, right?
Yeah, these things were big.
Yeah.
I never forget a place we used to play basketball at. It had on the gym wall, no pagers allowed.
Well, I ain't going to play here then. I can't play without my pager.
Sorry, guys. I can't jam this ball home. I've got a page.
Again, technology behind the fax machine first patented in 1843, more than 3 decades before Alexander Bell did so with the telephone. The rise of digital messaging through phones and laptops made the fax machine less useful to businesses and individuals. After a 2018 survey found 9,000 fax machines were still in use.
So it's over El Tigre, over 150 years old. The technology from the fax machine.
Wasn't that basically the telegram?
Yeah, essentially.
Essentially. Yeah.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Big government isn't always bad news, and our friends at Mortgage Right They are here to give you some valuable government-backed loan options to help you buy your first home. Government-backed loans are trending upwards among first-time home buyers, and for good reason. You can save on down payment costs, get better interest rates, and reap the benefits of choosing one of the top-ranked lenders in the nation. Mortgage Right has closed thousands of FHA, USDA, and VA loans. They're eager to help you next. Buy your first home the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Okay, don't answer here, Lance. It's a tease. But in the next segment, Rockstar's viewing menu and the worst deal in college football right now. Is it Jimbo Fisher's? Or is it Mel Tucker's? Or is it the ACC media rights? We'll answer that question with Rockstar's viewing menu coming up this hour, brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com.
Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Approaching the top of the hour here, Rockstar's View Menu first, brought to you by our friends at New Life. Always entertaining to see what Rockstar sees on the entertainment horizon. Always fun to see what Daniel A. Moore and his crew has for us.
Yeah, the game week special, Alabama versus LSU, 25% off all Alabama versus LSU. This includes limited editions and framing, no code needed. Discount will appear in the cart from the Heisman Heights to the Death Valley Drive. What are some other ones in there? Overcoming Adversity print, the Shutout Canvas, Restoring the Order. Ton of stuff to look at. Go to danielmooreart.com to order right now.
Netflix is releasing a new comedy series today called Blockbuster. A new series from the creator of Superstore and Brooklyn Nine-Nine set in the last remaining Blockbuster video rental store.
I watched the documentary on that, on the last store.
Would you like to watch a sitcom about it?
I would not.
In Bend, Oregon, and I tapped out about halfway
I did
through
too.
it. So boring.
I had high hopes for it.
I did too.
And early on, I was like, oh, maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll get better. It never got better.
Never got better.
I don't think this is going to be any good. And then finally, other things. 7 p.m. on Stars Comedy, one of the most anticipated movies in Lance's history. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Still have not seen it.
It lived up to the hype.
Oh, I thought it was really good.
And then 7 p.m. on Hallmark. It is Christmas season. There's a new movie called Open by Christmas. A single woman inadvertently stumbles upon an unread Christmas card from her high school days and resolves to find the admirer who sent it. Please don't tell me, because I'm going to watch this
No,
tonight.
just real quick. I just won't ruin it for you, but she goes on a long search. You know where she finds him?
Where?
North Pole.
North Pole.
So she went to school with Santa Claus. That's what
She
you're telling
did.
me.
She did not know that at the time. Chris Kringle.
Chris Kringle.
That's
what
right.
He went by in high school.
It was just Chris.
See, that's
they called
a good
him Chris.
movie. It makes me feel good that y'all just gave me chills.
I thought
right
you were
there.
going to say a hotel bar.
Nope. It's North Pole. Hey, did you watch the trailer I told you about for that new Christian Bale movie?
I've seen I've watched it in silence. I didn't see it. I saw the closed captions, but it's a Netflix movie. It did not come out Tuesday. I'm not sure it's
Pale
out yet.
Blue Eye, I think is what it's called. Involves Edgar Allan Poe. Christian Bale's in it. I don't know, man. I just wondered if you'd looked at it.
That's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life.
Yeah, again, they've got a great game week special. All Alabama LSU prints, 25% off. No code needed. Just go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
By the way, Bob Stoops saying this week, just because, their jobs opening up like in Nebraska and now Auburn, he got asked this week about his interest of getting back into coaching. 58? Is that all Bob Stoops is?
I think he's hit 60.
You think he's hit 60 now? Bob Stoops says, I haven't been close to coming back to coaching in 6 years in college.
Oh,
in college. I mean, he does those hobby, basically part-time gigs in these startup leagues, but has not been close. He goes, if I wanted to continue to coach full-time in college, I wouldn't have left Oklahoma. I had it good here, 62. Thank you, Lunsford. So for those people that, at one time, through Auburn's coaching searches over the last few times out, Bob Stoops would have been a name that would have brought interest. No interest in the buzz for Auburn this time around, and Bob Stoops says, don't even ask, I'm not coming back.
Yeah, I would not get excited about a Bob Stoops hire. I'd feel like I'm getting bald tires.
I don't know.
You would?
Yeah, I would.
That guy doesn't have any fire in his belly. You're getting bald tires, man. That's what you're getting with Bob Stoops. You're getting a car that they've had to rebuild, man. It got sawdust in the engine. No fire in that belly.
You always have great quality, though, when it comes to our friends at Backyard Adventure. 100% cedar lifetime warranties. It's time to sign up for that Christmas delivery right now. BackyardAlabama.com. BackyardAlabama.com. You can also get the alley-oop trampolines, the goal setter basketball goals, and a lot more. The website, BackyardAlabama.com. If you're watching us in Birmingham or all the way over to Atlanta, up to Huntsville, wherever, go to BackyardAlabama.com, find a location near you, and set this up. Or you can call them up, 205-408-4FUN. They've got this unbelievable 100% cedar, high-quality playground, 3D designer. They designed the playground to basically design a unique, personalized playground for your child, your children in your backyard. They do landscaping. They keep maintenance programs to keep it looking fantastic. Adds value to your home. If you want to take it with you when you change homes, they'll pack it up, set it up at a new location for you. They do it all. Great customer service, backyardalabama.com. I asked the question going to break. Worst deal in college football right now, of these three, rank them for me. Jimbo Fisher's deal, Mel Tucker's deal, the ACC media rights deal. Which is the worst? Which is the second worst? Which is the third worst? Those are three what look to be horrible deals right now.
Put into context, please, the ACC media rights deal for me.
It is less than what the Big 12 just signed on for.
Well, there you go. That's all you needed to say.
The Big 12, by the way, is signed on for what is it? Basically, they're going to end up getting
it was
all the way up to about $50 million a year per school with 12 schools when you count their bowl payout and everything.
Right. And a lot of people were saying, well, you're manipulating numbers if you include the bowl or the March Madness. Nobody does that in their numbers.
Okay, but still,
I know what you're saying.
It is still better than the ACC media deal right now.
Yeah, I can't really digest that right now. I mean, I know it's obviously not a great deal compared to other conferences, but I would say Mel Tucker, the knee jerk, it's not like he won a conference championship last year. Didn't even play for a conference championship.
So you'll go Mel over Jimbo even.
10 years, $95 million, basically the same contract as Jimbo Fisher. At least Jimbo Fisher does have conference championships and a national championship in the past.
At another place is the problem there, though. It's not at the place where he's getting paid that kind of money.
No, I get that. I just feel like Michigan State will never have another 10-win season under Mel Tucker again.
Well, and you said knee-jerk, and it was a knee-jerk for Jimbo, too, because Jimmy Sexton convinced them that he was going to leave and go to LSU, and they, for whatever reason, were scared about that.
Yeah, but they already gave before that.
No, he already had a good deal. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right about that. But the deal he's got right now that makes him impossible to fire is because of that.
In the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Kerry says a single billionaire donor is footing the Tucker bill, so that isn't a problem for Michigan State. Tripp ranks
it's the Rocket Mortgage guy.
Dan Gilbert.
Yeah, Dan Gilbert.
Tripp says the worst is Mel Tucker, second worst is the ACC, third worst is Jimbo in that order. He still thinks A&M has the resources to win big.
I don't think resources equal wins. Not necessarily. I'm not sure you can win big without resources, but just having resources doesn't equal wins.
Well,
those are not directly proportional.
With a good coach in time.
Correct. Yeah.
That equals wins.
Yeah, but you can have resources and have a bad coach.
What is time now? Because you heard Lane talking in the first segment of our show today about how you can rebuild it. He says in the past it used to take 2 or 3 years to rebuild a roster. Lane makes it sound like you can do it faster now.
Well, as long as it's not disastrous and you're seeing improvement from year 1 to year 2, I think by year 3, if you're with an elite program or a program that's won championships before, you should be competing. I mean, again, in year 1, Lincoln Riley has got an opportunity to go to a college football playoff. In year 1, Brian Kelly has an opportunity to go to a college football playoff.
Here's how it's changed, though. Play what if for me real quick on one player. I'm only going to use one player, okay? What if Auburn had gotten Caleb Williams out of the transfer portal? Do you think Brian Harson's fired today?
Probably not. No.
Now, he may not have survived because it was a toxic situation, but I don't think he's fired right now if Caleb Williams is his quarterback.
Probably not.
Yeah, he was in the mix for Dylan Gabriel, too. I mean, even a Dylan Gabriel may have changed the course of some games this year.
So, to answer your question, that shows you how quick you can turn it around, right?
Yep.
One transfer portal move can flip it around very, very quickly.
Yeah. And say Lane Kiffin did go to Auburn and Drake May left North Carolina and went to Auburn with him.
Different looking team.
Look totally different if you've got a big-time quarterback. Buster Olney talks baseball with us in the next segment, part of our show today being brought to you by Greystone Chiropractic. Brownie's guy that'll get him back in line.
Element Wellness is right there under the same roof, Highway 119 and 280 and Tattersall Park. They've got great things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that under one roof with Element Wellness. ElementWellness.me. That is ElementWellness.me. Highway 119 and 280 and Tattersall Park. It is Greystone Chiropractic and Element Wellness. Buster talks Major League Baseball in the World Series next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Amherst, Bromberg's, Bryant Bank, ERA King, Gutter Cap, Hemp Hill Services, Legacy Federal Credit Union, Mortgage Right, Nichols Outfitters, Storm Restoration Roofing, Wayne's Pest Control, Way to Wellness. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. What do all these brands have in common? Well, not only are they all Next Round sponsors, but they are all also BBB accredited businesses. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards and believe in a fair and equitable marketplace. Do you want to join this winning team of top local brands? Are ethics and principal business standards important to you and your business? You want access to exclusive BBB accredited business benefits? Here's a hint. The answer is yes. So join the ranks of these businesses and more than 4,000 others in Central and South Alabama that have pledged their commitment to a fair and equitable marketplace. Apply today for BBB accreditation by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BetterBiz for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn the sign of a better business.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we go to the final hour of the show. Buster Olney coming right up. Stan White talks Auburn, Mississippi State. Your ticket to the game in Starkville, the Bama game down in Baton Rouge is ATIX, AAATix.com. 205-822-7382. ATIX gets you in the stadium at a fair, reasonable price, and they do it safely and securely for you. On the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, ATIX brings you ESPN's Buster Olney live from the city of brotherly love for the World Series. What's up, Buster? How are you?
I'm doing okay, guys. What's going on?
Not a whole lot. Just 2 wild games. In one game, we had an Astros guy look like he was tipping pitches. And then in another game, they got a four-headed no-hitter. I don't know that you could have 2 more different outings.
No, and I'd love to get the pitch tipping in a second. But it was amazing, the idea that we saw what we saw in Game 3 with the Phillies bash 5 home runs. They hammer Lance McCullers. The crowd's going crazy, and you walk out of there thinking, how can the Astros pick themselves up? And then Christian Javier reminds us of the old baseball adage, momentum is only as good as the next day's starting pitcher. He comes in there last night and totally dominates. And look, I don't believe that a combined no-hitter has the majesty of a one person throwing 9 innings. But in thinking about it last night, from innings 1 through 9, that was dominant as pitching or performance as I saw from one team affected on another ever. Most of the time, as you guys know, when a no-hitter's thrown, there might be 2 or 3 balls hit where you're wondering if it's in, and somebody makes a great play, an outfielder runs the ball down in a gap, an infielder makes a slick play on a ground ball in the 3rd inning, and it turns out to be the difference between a no-hitter or not. There was none of that last night. Like, there was total domination. In fact, my friend Sarah Langs had a great statistic today. They with advanced metrics now, they can measure sort of what's expected on balls put in play. The expected batting average of the Phillies in last night's game was 0.81, based on how hard the ball was hit and the velocity, the trajectory of the ball as it left the bat. That is the lowest in postseason history since they began tracking those sort of things.
So Christian Javier, I would assume, he was in complete command through 6. If this is a regular season game, Dusty leaves him in, right?
No, he doesn't. Welcome, to this era of modern analytics where I just, haven't been around these guys. They don't ever think about the personal achievement anymore. They only think about it. Having pitchers in the game who have maximum stuff for maximum stuff for as many of the plate appearances during the course of the game as possible. And you could see in the 6th inning that not only was his pitch count getting up for someone who had only this was his 3rd appearance in a month, but also his stuff was starting to regress a little bit. You started to see some ground balls instead of those pop-ups. And it was not at all a surprise that he was coming out. In fact, after the game, I asked Christian Javier, I asked Christian Vasquez, the catcher, about the decision, and it was kind of a shrug of the shoulders. Like I think for all those guys, knowing how Dusty's handled the pitching staff, they knew he was coming out.
I'm interested now with the mentality of the Phillies, because it seemed like every button the manager has pressed since he took over has been the right one. The bullpen seemed to have a swagger. Then they come in an impossible situation, give up that big inning. It's now a 3-game series. Do you think the Phillies can get that swagger back as early as tonight in that final game in Philly?
There's no doubt about it. And I was reminded again the last couple of days about how great baseball players are at turning the page, because there's so much failure built into the sport. And I'm going to have to clean up what was said after the game last night. But a reporter asked Kyle Schwarber about, what was it like being part of historic, a moment of historical significance, the second no-hitter in World Series history. And his answer was, I don't give a crap. He's just focused on today's game. The night, and I asked Christian Vasquez a question, and I could see in his face, a 1.5 foot away from him, and I could see in his face as I asked the question, he's thinking, you dork, you know the answer to that. It was, who's got the momentum in this series? And Christian's looking at me like, there's no momentum in this series. These are 2 really good teams, and that's how he answered the question. We'll see. It's a fascinating series between a lot of veteran players who've accomplished a lot. And just as the Christian Javier and the Astros bounced back from that crazy crowd in Game 3, I could easily see the Phillies coming back and bouncing back in Game 5, especially in their home park. The
way the pitching is set up the rest of the way, are the Phillies okay in their setup and their pitching, or is that advantage Houston right now?
I do think it's advantage Houston. And I picked the Astros in 6 before this series started. I would have jumped off that pick in a moment after what we saw in Game 3. But I do think when we got Noah Syndergaard starting tonight with low expectation for how deep he can pitch into the game, Rob Thompson's got to manage the kitchen sink tonight, right? On paper, that would seem to favor the Astros to a future Hall of Famer, Justin Verlander. However, Verlander, has all this experience in the World Series, and he's gotten beat up. His ERA is over 6. He's never won a game in a World Series start. I do think he takes them out with more pressure on him than everybody. And then in Game 7, if it gets that far, Dusty Baker has a decision to make. Do you start Lance McCullers on regular rest, based on what we saw the other night, or do you start Christian Javier on short rest? To me, it's a no-brainer, but he would be going in on short rest. The Phillies will have Zach Wheeler with a couple of extra days of rest in Game 6. He's been kind of tired. Generally, big picture, I think the Astros still have the pitching advantage.
ESPN's Buster Olney with us from Philadelphia on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Hear him on ESPN Radio tonight and the rest of the World Series. He is with us courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com. 822-7382 is the number. Your ticket to Bama down in Baton Rouge, Auburn over in Starkville is ATIX, 822-7382. Heck, if you want to go see when they make it back to Houston, you get those at ATIX as well. You mentioned McCullers. I wanted to circle back around to the pitch tipping. Did you think he was doing that, and is it something that is fixable because they may need his arm again?
He may or may not have been tipping pitches. I don't know for sure. Bryce Harper is not going to tell us what he said to Alec Boehm. I would say that when we walked into Rob Thompson's office yesterday for our pregame meeting, he looked at us because we didn't have anything on him. And I didn't think that was difference-making. What was difference-making was Lance McCullers' pitch selection. He became the offensive coordinator who only ran the football. And so if you're on the other side of the field, you knew what was coming. Guys, in 109 pitches, he's thrown 109 pitches in this postseason to left-handed hitters. He's thrown 2 fastballs out of 109 pitches. He throws a bunch of breaking balls, and they're all in the same velocity range, 83 to 89 miles per hour. So I was talking with a Philly staffer yesterday. He said, look, if you're working in that same range, it doesn't matter if they're tipping or not. It's a much easier call, a much easier at bat from a hitter's perspective. Now, Lance, someone who had a ton of success during the regular season. He's really good against left-handed hitters during the regular season. But as one of the Phillies said to me, hey, this is the postseason. This is the World Series where the players are hyper-focused. They're some of the elite players, and they were completely locked in on it, and they crushed him. And I agree with you. If McCullers starts again, I got to believe he's got to at least throw, a fastball. It's like to go back to the football comparison, if you had an OC who likes to throw the football a lot, he's got to mix in a couple runs to keep the defense honest.
My man Clayton Kershaw, he takes holy hell for his postseason shortcomings. And back to Justin Verlander, I mean, we're talking about 2 of the greatest ever right now still active pitchers. When you talk to people inside of the game, why do you think both Kershaw and Verlander struggle so much when it comes to the postseason?
So I asked A.J. Hinch, who managed him in Houston, that question a couple of weeks ago. And what he said to me was he didn't feel like that Verlander was someone who was so intense that he hurt himself during the course of the games. And we've seen examples of that for sure. I don't know if I completely agree with that. Justin Burns to win. The other day I had a conversation with him about the idea of winning 300 games. And I could see in his eyes, like he's already locked in on that, the possibility of 300 victories. He has tremendous ambition. I think that's a factor. The other thing too, is that in that Game 1 start, he dominated the Phillies lineup first time through the order using his fastball. Second time through the order, he threw a lot of breaking stuff and they hit him. And so I do wonder, and I know there was conversation in the Astros clubhouse after the game about that. So if you're reading all the results of these games so far, what you're seeing is you can beat the Phillies in the upper half of the strike zone with fastballs. On the other hand, if you throw off-speed pitches, their left-handed hitters are going to kill you. I think tonight you're going to see Justin Verlander air it out for the most part, throw a lot of fastballs, especially in the outer part of the zone, up in the zone, and basically be told by Dusty Baker and his coaches, look, we're not worried about you pitching deep in the game. We have this great bullpen. just give it the best you can and throw a lot of fastballs.
All right, so it's Verlander and Syndergaard tonight for Game 5. They'll go back over the weekend to Houston to wrap this thing up. 7:03, you'll hear Buster on ESPN Radio, Game on TV on Fox, 7:03, first pitch. We said our sappy goodbyes to you just in case, Buster. They still stand. You know how much we appreciate you. It's been a fun year, and we can't wait to do it again next year.
You guys are so much fun. I always love talking with you.
Yep. Thank you, Buster. Enjoy the game. See ya.
See you next
Thanks,
year,
guys.
Buster.
Yep, absolutely.
Buster Olney with us each week, courtesy of ATIX. AAATix.com is the website, 822-7382. Your ticket into Bama and Baton Rouge, Auburn and Starkville. You want to go down to those games in Houston, ATIX can hook you up for that as well. AAATix.com or 822-7382. Like all of our guests, Buster was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, I mean, say that again. If you want to go to Game 6 or Game 7, call our friends at ATIX. If you want to go to Tennessee, Georgia, if you're a local Tennessee or Georgia fan, our friends at ATIX can get you in. Or if you have friends who are in Atlanta saying, man, I'm trying to go up to Georgia, but I can't find tickets. Go say, hey, we got a company here in Birmingham, ATIX. They can help you go anywhere. Broadway plays, concerts. I had friends trying to get in the queue the other day to get Taylor Swift tickets, and they're
friends.
Yeah, they're holding up my my tea time, and I'm like, man, just buy them on the secondary market from our friends at ATIX.
Yeah, you Swifties, you were already in, weren't you?
Yeah, no, I'm just.
You go ATIX. It's
I'm
easier.
not going to jump through those hoops. I'm going to use ATIX down the road. I'm going to pay a little extra, but I'm not going to stand in line on some phone trying to get the tickets.
And you know exactly where you're sitting.
That's right. I pick my seats.
Yep.
Exactly. That's the convenience. You pay a little extra for that convenience here with our friends at ATIX. I don't get paid to say that. Brown does. That's our friends at ATIX.
Handsomely.
We appreciate that. Hey, tonight, Bud Light game night. We're down at the Steel Gastro Pub in Lakeview. So come hang out with us. 5 to 6, we'll do a live show. The crew will be hanging out all the way till 7 o'clock down at Steel Gastro Pub. New ownership from what used to be in that location there. We got to meet the owners and the family that owns it last time we were down there. Just terrific folks. Even if you can't make it tonight, if you ever get a chance to support those folks, Steel Gastro Pub right there. Bud Light game night tonight down there in the Lakeview district. We're looking forward to hanging out with them. All right, part of the show today is being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. LT will tell us about Bromberg's in a second. But if I ask you the question, who is under more pressure to win this week? Is it Kirby Smart in Georgia or Josh Heupel in Tennessee?
Ooh, that's a good question.
More pressure to win. Big picture pressure.
That's a really good question because I think Heupel he's way ahead of schedule. I mean, if he loses this game, everybody's like, gosh, do you know how bright the future is? Look, this guy in year 2 had us ranked number 1 and playing in Athens for a chance to go to Atlanta in year 2. How bright is the future? For Kirby, if you don't win, it's like, we couldn't back it up. I mean, we won a national championship, but we were missing something, you said. We were missing.
Yeah, I think more pressure on Kirby. You're at home.
I do too.
You're a pretty healthy favorite. If you lose, to me, Georgia's got no shot at getting back in this. Tennessee can lose and still get back in this.
In the college football playoff, you mean?
Yeah,
in
they
this.
can. They can.
Yeah.
And I don't think technically Georgia's out either,
You
but
just
most
don't,
likely.
You just don't think Georgia's got as good a case as Tennessee.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I think
without playing in that SEC championship game, they're not going to have a quality win.
yes, Tennessee's going to have 3 top 10 wins.
Their quality win's going to be Oregon. I mean, that's going to be it, really.
And
though.
we'll see how Oregon sticks the landing.
Yeah, I mean, they would need Oregon to tear it up and potentially win the Pac-12.
Yeah, but it's still going to be behind Tennessee at that point.
Correct.
Who would have had a win over Alabama and a win over Georgia at that point. Give me cut 6, Rockstar. Here's Kirby Smart on what Brown was talking about, the old back it up question. Kirby, he understands it really, really quick what is expected of him at what he's built between the hedges.
You know, I don't know. I don't have a great explanation. It's just the standard. It's not like because you lose good players doesn't mean you're not going to be good the next year. I think that's maybe that's an expectation some teams have. It's not the expectation of any team I've ever been a part of. The expectation is you're going to be good because you recruit good players and because you coach hard. And you know, the kids that were playing last year that are playing now, they were repping every day I came to this group. They were out there practicing too. They were getting better too, and they played well. They play hard. They play as a group really well. You know, I'm not going to say that we're as talented as we were last year, but they play hard. and they got to continue to do that to have success. Humility is 1 week away, as we always say, and we had 2 really good quarters last week, and then we had 1 really bad one. So we have to stack those positive quarters together.
Now, it seems like Kirby, even in his time at Alabama, they've had 1 game that is a dud.
Missouri.
You think it may be Missouri already?
They couldn't have played worse than they played against Missouri. And it's hard to get that one out of my head. It's hard to get Tennessee-Pittsburgh out of my head.
I don't read Kirby Smart's body language as well as I do Nick Saban's, I think. But I feel like I'm pretty good. I think Kirby's pretty confident.
Oh, really?
Into this game. Don't you?
I don't know. Kirby's kind of a hard guy to read, to be honest with you. I mean, you said you don't read him as well as Saban. Saban's not terribly easy to read.
He's not. But I feel like Kirby's pretty confident going in.
I think sometimes I felt like I've read Saban and I've been wrong about it.
Well, I brought this up yesterday, and hear me out. Don't you? Because Kirby and Nick, they have the shared DNA of defensive philosophies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the things Georgia does on defense, they still do in Tuscaloosa on defense. And they had a chance to watch basically, I won't call them a scout team, but I'll call them a carbon copy of the kind of style of defense they play against. I mean, Heupel hid nothing back. You couldn't hide anything. I mean, you had to play everything in that game to beat Alabama. It was such an important game for that program. Now, Kirby's had a chance to see it on the field, and he's seen exactly what worked, what didn't work, what worked a little bit in the third quarter, and then they adjusted to that, and the little nuances on some shifts to get them into the bad matchups on Helms, on Hyatt. He's got all that on tape and a week there to coach that up. I think it's a little bit easier for what Kirby's going to try to do than what Nick and those guys are trying to do the first time. It's almost like it's a second meeting of Tennessee and Alabama's defense. Like if Tennessee and Alabama play each other again in the SEC championship, Alabama having played them once already on defense, that will help them prepare for that game the second time around, having been in that situation. And I think Kirby and them almost have the same benefit having to watch that on tape this week with the shared DNA on defense.
I see your point, but at the same time, it is hard to replicate what you're seeing and actually being on the field.
It is sometimes.
And I'll just say this. Georgia has only faced 1 team so far in the top 50 in total offense in college football, and that was Oregon week 1. And I think it was different for Oregon. Dan Lanning's first game, Bo Nix's first game in that offense. The Oregon offense is much different now. So this is going to be the first legitimate offense in November that this Georgia team has seen.
But this prop I'm about to give you guys
without
a
Nolan Smith
prop. Nolan Smith is out. I'm about to give you guys a prop. And it's affected by the fact that Cedric Tillman is back. I'll say that on the front end. Jalen Hyatt scored 5 touchdowns against Alabama. You mentioned they've watched the film. They can make adjustments. What's your Vegas prop on Jalen Hyatt touchdowns in this game, receiving touchdowns?
My prop, the number I would put out 1.5, and I would take under.
I would take the under as well. I'd put it at 1.5, take the under.
I would put it at 0.5, and I would take the over.
The over.
Yeah, but I don't think he gets 2.
I don't either.
I would think he gets 1.
Look, I like Georgia. I like Georgia in this game.
I like Georgia in this game. But to make it more interesting, when we come back on the other side, we'll do I'll explain the rules in the commercial break. I'll call this the first when you used to put your back to each other and you'd march off 10 steps.
A duel.
A dual stake bet, but not 2.
Somebody's going to die?
Yes.
Nobody's going to die.
They're going to kill each other.
We'll write down the number of total points you think Tennessee scores in the game. I'll write down blind, though. We won't call it out on the air, and we'll flip it around on what the number is. Total points you think Tennessee scores in the game, and whoever's closest to it wins the stake. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, by the way, back in 1836, they were doing duels. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. So remember, if you're about to pop the question, not only do you need to go see the diamond specialist, you also need to register with our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online at brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's.
We'll do it on a dry erase board, okay? But don't write it down until we have our backs to each other. We'll look in the
I'll-
opposite
I'll-
direction.
That's breaking the rules. Don't
Who's
do
the
it
guy
yet.
that operated the duel? That's me. What am I?
Sure, the
proctor?
The duel master.
Yeah.
I'm the duel master.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, yeah.
Put that. Is that T-shirt in the store yet?
Yeah, I'm the duel master.
Duel master in the store. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
because I'm tied to an earpiece, I'm not going to be able to march off 10 steps, but I am standing up, stretching out for the dual stake bet that will happen here momentarily. First in next round history. We'll get to that in a second, but part of the show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag, MyBookie.ag, the biggest online selection of odds and contests for all your sports betting needs, anytime, anywhere, NFL, college, swing for the fences with the World Series, or the brand new money bag. Just place your bet at MyBookie.ag, spin the wheel, get ready to score epic odds and the best team on the best teams, athletes, and events. Use promo code NEXTROUND when you sign up, and they'll match your initial deposit up to $1,000. That is promo code NEXTROUND, matched up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND. Not just a sports book, a community. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND. Hear ye! Hear ye!
Oh, no.
No, I'm the duel master.
Oh, go. I'm listening.
Yeah, I like it. Hear ye!
By the way, I need some gunpowder.
Mr. Taylor needs his gunpowder, please.
Is there a chance that Rockstar is going to be the lone trumpeter to start this off?
He's not the lone trumpeter.
Let me tell you what I heard about the lone trumpeter.
He's the court jester. What'd you hear on the lone trumpeter?
This is from Georgia grad.
Okay.
This is
roommate.
I don't think the roommate responded.
Yeah, probably can't find her phone.
Okay, so yeah, sister-in-law. He plays the battle hymn at the game from the upper deck, I think. I said, have you seen it? I'm sure I have, but I really don't remember.
Okay, so there you go. That's exactly what I said. Plays the battle hymn from the upper deck before the game.
So he goes to the upper deck to do it?
Yeah, he does. And everybody points at him up in the upper deck. He's right there on the edge. It's right up above the press box. That's what I remember.
Oh, well, that's probably why I've never seen it. I'm in the press box.
I think you were talking. Hear ye! Sons Dunaway and Taylor have entered a duel.
Need an eraser or marker?
The court jester.
Gunpowder.
You do need your gunpowder.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I see.
Mr. Dunaway is hoarding the powder.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so explain to them what we're betting here again.
Okay, so they're going to pick the total points scored by the University of Tennessee volunteer football team this weekend.
For what?
For a steak.
Yes.
This is a New York Butcher Shop steak bet.
Back to each other. Back to each other.
Back to each other. If they go the same amount, this is ridiculous.
I didn't say ass to ass.
If they go the same amount, they erase and redo. This is not closest without going over. This is just closest. You ready?
Nope.
Okay. Could have done that in the break. All right, here we go.
You would have seen it.
Here we go. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
All right, I am going to count to 3, and you need to reveal your point total after I say 3. Are you ready?
I am.
3, 2, 1.
Bam.
28.5, 29.
Wow.
What a game we've got here. This is going to be so much fun. Dunaway gets everything up to 28.5. Lance gets everything over it.
Wow, we're pretty close, though.
That is pretty impressive.
Yeah. So we both feel the same way about Georgia's defense is the point of the exercise, right?
That's right. You've got 28 and below. Lance has 29. I think Lance knew you were going to go 28 or 28
Did you know
and a
I was
half.
going 28 and a half?
Yes, that's why I picked 29. 29 is just a random number to pick. I don't think you can score 29 in football. They'd have to go for 2.
If you're over in the Vulcan Tire, no, that's right. That's Lance. Listen to me. What? If you're over in the Vulcan Tire chat room, who do you like better? Is Georgia going to hold Tennessee 28.5 or under, or is it going to be 29 and over from Tennessee? Let us know in the chat room who you think wins the duel here. We'll find out on Saturday.
Kevin says I have some kind of Southern British accent, but I forgot all impressions require me to be a smoker. Hey,
Oh, they 100% would have been smoking at a duel back in
no
the day,
doubt,
right?
Yeah. Well, somebody's about to die.
Oh, way to go, Caleb. Caleb is all team Lance right there.
No, that's probably good if you get a overwhelming opinion of the overs.
Carry over. Ken, 29.5, 29 plus for me. Over. Lunsford, I mean, you got a microphone, Lunsford. Eat me. You don't have to type over.
Woo!
You're just playing up to the masses in there.
I'm not playing up to the masses. I think Tennessee wins.
You think Tennessee wins and scores more than 29?
If Tennessee wins, they're scoring more than 29.
Yeah, I would agree. Bobby's 35 and over for Tennessee in this game. We'll see. We'll see what Tennessee's able to do. If they are held to 28.5 or lower, it'll be the best defensive performance against them since the of the season, right? They haven't.
But I mean, Georgia hasn't given up more than 22 in a game.
Yeah, so fun game. Looking forward to that. 2:30 this weekend. That's a New York Butcher Shop steak bet we have right here.
Yeah, make sure you get in and see Jim and that great staff, the New York Butcher Shop. Remember, Thanksgiving is right around the corner. It's time to go on and order that turkey. There is a turkey shortage out there. You need to get in front of that. It's a one-stop shop for all of your Thanksgiving. I've done it before from Jim and the guys. But remember, the New York Butcher Shop, you can pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken, cut to order just for you. Don't forget about the huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations, Cabo Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
All right. Regular regulation, or do you get overtime, too, if we go to overtime?
I get overtime, too. That's the way the
total
totals
point.
work.
That'd be total points right there. Yeah, so.
Should have put that fine print in there before. Way to think of that too late there, Ken.
Lance has them going for 2 to avoid the overtime with 29 points.
Hey, the only place to get the best game day gear is our friends at the Pan Store. 7 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. Also in Hoover and in Auburn. You can see everything they offer online. Panstore.com. Panstore.com. Game day hats, Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Meg, Johnny O and Gentile. When you're buying the holiday gifts coming up, the Christmas gifts, why not give the fan in your life something from the Pan Store? Follow them on social media, the Pan Store and panstore.com. At all those great locations, perfect for this holiday season.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Stan White coming up momentarily. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Brown had to call them today already. Hemp Hill is a service you've used many times, LT.
Yeah, look, I talked to my buddy Chad last night at Hemp Hill. And again, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All right, Stan White with us now, the analyst of the Auburn Sports Network, former Auburn quarterback. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline as Auburn gets ready for that trip over to Mississippi State. What's up, Stan? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. Obviously, it's been a tumultuous season at Auburn, and it capped off by the firing of Brian Harsin and several assistant coaches. I'll just start, personally for you. You're a guy that poured a lot into the Auburn program. You still do. You're there every single Saturday. As a former Auburn player, Auburn alum, Auburn analyst, what are your emotions when you see a school have to go through this?
Well, it's always tough because I've been through a coaching change before. But Coach died at Terry Bowden, but it wasn't quite like this because that was more of an off-season deal. But it's always tough, especially in season. When you have a lot of moving parts, and of course you have to have an interim, you have to have someone to kind of lead the troops, and then you make changes. Obviously, there's a lot more things involved than just firing your head man, so to speak, and so. But these guys, they're such a creature of habit and routine. I'm sure they went through their film study and everything, and just practice and so forth, business as usual. But obviously, it's not. Coach Harsin's not there anymore, so that's obviously the big difference, and probably a couple of position coaches as well. So, but Cadillac, he gets the opportunity to be that interim, and so proud for him. And I hate it for Brian that it didn't work out, and I don't think it was any surprise. It was just getting a little bit more tougher with the losses mounting up, and that's just part of that business. I mean, that's why these coaches get paid the way they do. And, you can be it's a short-lived career sometimes, but he'll fall on his feet somewhere.
Stan, you say the losses, 4 straight losses. They've lost 8 of 9 SEC games. With all that said, I know you're part of the Auburn family, and you can be candid now that he's gone. Do you think he was given a fair deal?
In this day and age, it's hard to tell what's fair and what's not because what's long enough? Before the transfer portal and before the last couple of years, usually coaches were given that 3 or 4 year window, maybe 5, to get their stamp on things, so to speak. But nowadays, with the transfer portal, just look at Lane Kiffin, look at what Heupel's done at Tennessee. These guys, you can build a championship style program in a year or two just because of that. So, that's why you continue to see the absorbent numbers being paid to these coaches because the expectations are when you come in immediately, especially a place like an Auburn, a top 15, type of program consistently, then you're expected to win immediately. So to say, was he given a fair shot? 2 years is really what you got to have these days. And it just didn't seem like the program, for whatever reason. They get leads and relinquish them, get behind and come up short. But for whatever reason, these days you're not giving a long leash, and that's the way it is in the SEC.
But Stan, with what went on back in February, this team, and I feel for the players, because it's a whole year. You only get 4 years of playing. And from February on, they've had to deal with inevitably what happened was going to happen. I can't imagine the amount of pressure and the, not normal college experience that those players have had to go through this year. You've been around it. Has it felt different all year long around the team, around the program than, say, any other year because of just the cloud that was hanging over him from February?
I don't think so. Quite honestly, I think, winning cures a lot of evils. If Auburn would have beaten Penn State, they had won a couple of these other games, we wouldn't be talking about what happened in February. We'd have been, talking about, okay, that was just a small internal investigation because some coaches left, an unusual amount of players left, and that would be all we're talking about. But now, because of, he's relieved, they're 3-5. Now that's become absorbently, discussed about. So, but no, if Auburn was sitting here at 6-2, that would not be discussed, I'm sure. So, winning and seeing the program in a trajectory cures a lot of things that you may go through. But and the thing about it is, I think the difficult thing is you look back on a lot of these games, going all the way back to the Iron Bowl. It's not like Auburn, y'all seen it before where, in tough years, the year that Gene Chizik was let go and Tuberville, they were losing some games by a vast amount. That's not really happened with Auburn. They've always been in games. They get down 21-0 to Ole Miss. You think, okay, this is about to be a blowout. Well, they get within 7 in the third quarter. And so that's the strange thing is Auburn at times has been good enough to get up 17-0 on an LSU, and then they've just been bad enough to lose 21-17 to an LSU. So that's the odd thing about this program, this team the last couple of years, is it's hard to pinpoint a game where they just got absolutely blown out from the first snap. Penn State, they got beat pretty bad in the second half, but up until halftime it was an even game, and so that's what's been a little bit unusual about the last 2 years.
Stan White is with us, Auburn Sports Network, 6:30 Auburn kickover in Starkville, 3:30 airtime on the Auburn Sports Network. You also watch the game on ESPN2. As we talked to Stan, a reminder from Alabama Power. They remind you that a lot of the popular pay systems you use, Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo, they work with Alabama Power as well. Just need an online account, alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started. Stan's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. On the field, Stan, since his benching in Oxford, and it's been basically a game and a half, Robbie Ashford's played some pretty good football. I don't know if that got his attention. I don't know what has changed, but he's played probably his best football.
He has. You can see things in Robbie that you can build around. There's no doubt about it. His athletic ability allows him to extend plays, but also that can get him in trouble sometimes too. I think the offensive line gets a lot of undue blame. Now, they're not without blame. Don't get me wrong. The offensive line has struggled at times, and it's not been the same five out there, I don't think, the entire year. But at times when you can tell the inexperience at quarterback, when Robbie would drop back, he would look at one receiver, and if it's not open, he immediately would scramble. And sometimes he would scramble into pressure, creating pressure on himself from an offensive lineman that has an engaged defensive end. Now, clearly he's been getting pressure at times too where he can't stay in there. But with all that said, he's done a lot of good things as well. He's done some things where the game has started to slow a little bit for him. Still has to work on his accuracy, standing in the pocket, and delivering the ball. But clearly, his strength is being able to use his legs, extend plays, get outside, and run the ball, and also throw it on the run.
The offense last week, 11-19 on third downs, 468 total yards, 0 turnovers. You can't really blame the offense for that loss. What has happened to this defense this year?
Well, clearly they get worn down. And you saw. Well, they faced two of the best rushing teams in the conference and in the nation, in Ole Miss and Arkansas. I think Arkansas was 1 in the conference when they played them, and I think Ole Miss at the time, I believe, was number 2 in rushing offense. And if you'd have told me, I think we were on last week, I said, if you'd have told me Auburn would have 300 yards rushing against Ole Miss, we'd have said that'd been a great day and an Auburn victory. But then you turn around and say you gave up 450 rushing, and that's not a very good day, obviously. So, Auburn, I think depth on defensive front has started to haunt them a little bit, and at the linebacker position. All year long, there's been some issues with some missed tackles here and there where you got a chance to get a guy for a minimal gain or no gain, and it turns into a 8-10 yard gain. But I think a little bit of that is they're obviously trying to stop some really good offenses as well. And you saw at least an Arkansas team that's got a really good running quarterback, and Dart for Ole Miss is pretty good as well. But Jefferson is one of the best dual threat guys at running the ball. So that's the challenge. And of course, they'll face a different challenge in Mississippi State where they only run it about 90 yards. And let's look back at this too. Last week against Arkansas, Auburn only had yielded 77 yards at halftime rushing. And then they gave up an absorbent amount. I don't know the exact number, but it was clearly over 200 yards rushing in the second half. So what does that tell you? That tells you that A, you're getting worn down, and B, your lack of depth, and then just being able to, hey, you got to go out and recruit some kids and that they can get up there. Your number twos have to be pretty good. And not to say Auburn's not, but clearly in the second half, Auburn has gotten worn out.
All right, he is Stan White, 6:30 at ESPN2, not the SEC Network, ESPN2, 6:30, Auburn at Mississippi State, 3:30 airtime for Stan and the gang there on the Auburn Sports Network. Stan, as always, man, we appreciate the time. Safe travels.
My pleasure, guys. Take care. Have a great weekend.
All right, buddy, you too. We'll see you next week. Stan White, always kind with his time with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
You had an interesting point you wanted to make.
This just triggered in my mind. Evan asked the question, had Auburn won the Iron Bowl last year, he says Harsin would have gotten an 8-year, $80 million extension, $60 million ballot. I don't believe that. But you do wonder how differently it's viewed had they held on and won that Iron Bowl.
If Tank Bigsby doesn't go out of bounds,
or if they get a stop on, any number of things. Yeah.
But let's just say that one play.
Yeah.
If Bigsby doesn't go out of bounds, they win the game.
Yeah, and the fan base swings well in his favor. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not saying he's not fired today.
Probably doesn't go to the Birmingham Bowl at that point. Probably go either to the Gator or the Outback.
Yep.
He's probably given at least this year to finish out.
Changes your offseason.
I don't think he's fired right now. He might be fired at the end of the year.
Interesting.
Yeah, if they're still 3-5 at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe. Bobby, several times during the discussion over the week, makes a point about a lot of things, and I don't know it to be true, but I'll trust Bobby that he did or did not do when he was supposed to be doing those things that normal other coaches would have been a part of, that kind of stuff.
Well, I will say, if you want to talk about him not recruiting well, not going to functions, things like that, that's one thing. But if you want to attack his family, you got your pound of flesh, man. Leave the family out of it.
Yeah.
That's just complete horse crap. But that's going on there.
But if you are skipping events that
that's fine. Okay.
that other coaches usually go to, then that rubs some people the wrong way. By the way, you used to see the Alabama coach go around to 4 different locations in the off season, and talk to fans and sign autographs and things like that. That stopped in 2007. He still would go out occasionally, but he did not have was not sitting at a table signing books and autographs for people at these tied functions.
Yeah,
but he won a ton of games.
Yeah, a little different. Can I put something in perspective? Lady Bird turned 4 today, and she's about to be on her 3rd Auburn coach.
Yep. And you got that ornament from one of our coworkers.
What could he have shoehorned that in anywhere?
I think it's something.
Well, I sent pictures
day.
Earlier to Lunsford. I think Lunsford shown some in break. Look, there it is this morning. She had Chick-fil-A delivered to her. She had some chicken minis this morning.
Getting a little old around the eyes. I see it now.
Oh, stop. Ultra judgmental Dunaway. But, yeah, Lady Bird is 4. And Kelsey, one of our great employees here, so sweet, made this ornament for me.
That is so nice.
A lot of pressure on Kelsey now for all of our kids now when they have birthdays to make an ornament for them.
We know Maggie won't.
Exactly. There you go. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Lady Bird today here on the show. Spin that Smucker's can around. Lady Bird's 4 today. Happy birthday, Lady Bird. What was the old guy who used to do that?
Willard Scott, the great Willard Scott. Yeah.
Dead or alive?
He's dead. He passed.
Not long ago.
Not long ago.
I'd say. I think we lost him in the pandemic. I'm going to say 2020.
I think 2017.
Willard Scott.
Dead or alive. Here we go. We got
died in 2021.
2021.
Last September.
I was closer.
Yep.
Hope that continues Saturday in the Tennessee-Georgia game. When we come back, one more thing, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. In our final segment, we'll talk a little Mississippi State, Auburn, Alabama, LSU. You'll hear from Henry To'oTo'o about what he wants you to remember about this Alabama defense. Precision Sports wanted to get you back in the game.
Yeah, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to start out 2023 with less pain and schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Final segment brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters today.
They are clearing out the shelves of the 2022 gear to make room for all the 23 stuff. So this entire final quarter of the year, big savings there. Select items 30 to 50% off. It's a great opportunity to save now for the holiday season. The sale goes through the end of the year, but do not wait too long, because what you want, somebody else might get first. 30 to 50% off. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham.
Henry Toa wants you to not remember this Alabama defense by just what you saw in Knoxville this year.
Brian, when we talked to him last week, said that the defense wasn't going to let the Tennessee game define them. Just how do you think the defense responded against Mississippi State? And then after the bye week, just kind of what's y'all's focus heading into this last stretch of the regular season?
One game doesn't define you, how many points you get scored. It's about how you respond to something. If you take it as a loss, then it's going to be a loss. But, we try to look at it as a lesson to be able to know what we need to fix, how we need to, operate as a defense, as 11 guys on the field. But this bye week was huge for us, kind of going over our goals, going over the things that we struggled with through these past, I think, 8 games that we played. So definitely was a huge thing for us to be able to go through our run goals, our pass goals, our explosive plays goals. So trying to harp on that and take this throughout the rest of the season.
I think we're still amazed at this point, the lack of turnovers that this group of defenders have been able to produce. I mean, think about how many times Tennessee put it in the air. You did get 2 interceptions, I believe, in that game. How many times State threw the football? How many times that teams throughout the season, forced fumbles? This defense just hasn't turned the opponents over as much as traditionally Alabama defenses do.
Yeah, and that could be the difference on why you've got 3 games through 8 games for the first time since 2007 that Alabama has either lost or won by 7 or less points.
Yeah, Alabama's still negative in turnover margin, -4. Auburn is the worst in the conference at -10. Tennessee's the best at +8. But -4 turnover margin for Alabama is just that's something this deep in the season you just used to never see.
Yeah, I would assume the only time you saw it was in 2007.
Probably so, yeah.
Bob says because of their schedule, like Georgia lost to Tennessee, they're out of the playoff race?
Yep.
Because they won't have that SEC championship game?
That's why I believe Georgia has more pressure.
You'll be putting everything on that Oregon win. I mean, what's their next best win after Oregon if they lose to Tennessee?
Just the reputation of being the defending national
champs.
helps.
That helps a little bit. But if you start tearing apart that schedule, it's going to be hard to find great wins for them.
Yeah, we're running out of time for all this to sort itself out. I don't know if we've ever been this deep into it.
After one ranking.
Still a lot of football left. The big games happen in November, and that starts this weekend. And don't forget, we got Bud Light game night tonight down at the Steel Gastro Pub in Lakeview. We're looking forward to that. We'll be down there 5 to 7, 5 to 6 on all of our video platforms. We're back with you at 9 Central tomorrow. Hopefully a Rockstar Playhouse if the voice holds up, and a lot more. We look forward to a fun Friday show. Until next time, God bless you. And God bless America.